Welcome back. Welcome back. What's going on, family? November 7th be like, no, no. Welcome back. Welcome back. Just letting everybody load up. Nah, as far as the weekend trap goes, right? If you look at the title of the stream, I was saying it's the weekend trap setup, right? Don't get trapped. That move down was our trap short. Now we're looking to trap long before we close CME gap. So I would like to see personally for us to rip up and then come down and close our CME. I would really, really like. Remember, we were drawing the paths yesterday. The most bullish path would be if we get above 104 and we see a knee gap up there. It's all going to depend on where this range comes in. Trapping above this range, good. Trapping above this range, very good. Trapping down at this range, we're back in the range, right? We're still in this range. The goal is to get out of here. All right, hold on. Let me get Discord back in here so I don't have to repeat everything. I keep forgetting that they are muted. Hold on. Discord, what up?
What's up, man?
Chilling. Slept like a freaking baby.
That's good.
All right, so weekend trap set up, guys.
Give us a
Right.
sauce, bro.
I mean, it's on the stream from last night. We had that drop down. I was saying be careful for the trap today because we're going into the weekend trap setup. So this would be our trap shorts. They came down and cleared that vector candle. That was great. Nice little move by market maker there, not to leave any meat behind. Now we're looking for that push up and then the retracement back into CME close. What I was just telling you two when I thought y'all were on was if we trap above this resistance, like let's say we pop up, come back, trap here, that's like our base case for sort of improvement, right? Top of the range. If we can pop up and trap above that red line, that would be beautiful. And if we trap underneath here, decent, but the most bearish of the traps would be underneath this resistance. Then between these two would be our base case. And then this is when we can start to feel bullish. If we can just get above that weekly clothesline, because we do not have a lot of time left. We have 2 days and 5 hours. So the way that setup looks here is our most bullish setup is the trap up here, right? Brings us back into the range, puts us back in line with green path. The second most bullish would be above this line, but not above the entire range. Third would be trapping down here. The problem with trapping underneath support resistance is if we get trapped for 2 days and we can't pop above that and close above, then that's bad, right? Then that puts us back on the yellow path that we're on now. So above 1046 for our weekend range is what we're looking for to feel bullish here. I'm sure y'all aren't having trouble feeling bullish right now. Some of the alts are absolutely.
Not at all, man. Not at all. I woke up so bullish.
Was having issues feeling bullish last night, though.
Wait a second, you
I was feeling
TP'd, so
sleepy
you
last
woke up
night.
bearish.
We live in different worlds, Zeusy.
Right. But when you're supposed to sell when you feel bearish.
Yeah, definitely.
No.
Anybody feels bearish right now, you should definitely explore those emotions. This is our range, to be clear. Right? That's the range that we're stuck in. Value area high, value area low, point of control. We're about to touch value area high here.
The strength is that Bitcoin, didn't put a lower low while everything else did today.
If anybody's bearish, don't let my bullishness affect you. Just one person.
No, I was just joking, Dbloc, because you're supposed to sell when you want to become bearish, right? Like when you think it's over, right? So I don't
Holy
know.
shit.
For me, it doesn't make sense to become bullish and sell.
I hadn't even looked at this.
He's a boo-boo-ish, not bear. Not bear or bull.
35% on render, 31% on R weave, 25% on advantage,
Yeah, straight into high risk.
24% on pith.
That's 100% going on like file on altcoins.
Yeah.
ICP also.
I'm not a big I told you so guy, but I'll let this chart speak for itself.
Just stay away from Zcash.
It didn't go into big caps though.
We are now here. Our DCA in range.
Nice.
All right, let's go take a look at stables real quick. What I want to see here. All right. As we're hitting that top of that range, stable coins are deploying very early though. It's too early to call it. What I want to see is this. We still haven't started to pop. So that means a lot of that money that we saw come in was on the sidelines already. Rotational money. That isn't even the influx from the outside. Interesting. Interesting.
That's mainly because Bitcoin and ETH haven't moved. They moved 2%, right? these others are so small compared to stable dominance that even when they pop 30%, stablecoin dominance doesn't move that much.
Take a quick ride around the blockchain real quick. It felt the bottom of that range, which was good. Even dot is stupid. This is so dumb.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Terrible.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Bro, I saw Dimension was up like 40% when I got up. AIOZ is up 20.
It's the altcoin narrative. Whatever did a new bear market bottom. Yeah?
Let's go.
Damn it.
Hell yeah.
I hope at the very least I kept y'all from getting too panicked during this.
Thanks, Dbloc. You kept us calm, honestly.
Not out of hot water yet, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. Obviously.
You know, your M2 liquidity stuff, I'm thinking about starting to trust it.
I mean, it's not on my very top of confluences, but I don't ignore it. Definitely don't ignore it.
Altcoin, yeah.
Short squeeze, no, going on. What do you think on these alts? Like, it really smells short squeeze, right?
Alts, this is very impulsive.
Straight to all-time highs, or what's the... I've seen some short squeezes achieve that, you know, from bear market bottom all the way to all-time highs. But some of them aren't that far now. In market cap, at least.
ETH,
you know, stuff like ICP doesn't need that
really
much
what's
more.
important. Oh, hello. Okay.
That's a double hello right there.
Okay. Big chunky W.
What we need.
We are in the process of rebuilding sentiment, y'all. As much as it feels good to see these prices go up, the true purpose of this for us is that we need this to rebuild sentiment. To jump back on board here with this. Keep this going.
Where would you want to see the fear and greed to feel that sentiment's starting to build back up?
I don't even care if that moves slowly. Fear and greed for me isn't gonna be the metric. Whether people start YOLOing in at higher prices. Which means on breakouts, you want to see volume increase, right? You want to see people FOMOing into breaks.
And no big retracements, obviously, right?
Yeah. That's gonna shoot sentiment in the foot.
No retest on Monday?
Depends on where we end up. Right now, we're still in the range, so there's not a whole hell of a lot to retest here. It depends on where we put in our trap longs and how that where CME closes. It's gonna be important to figure that out. Give me 1 second. Let me grab something to drink.
Talking about legacy CME, SPY just closed the daily gap towards market close. However, there's still more than an hour left before markets close, so it did it a bit earlier than would have been better. Well, it would have been better to do it before, just at market close, because now it can get rejected there and continue its downtrend. But yeah, legacy about to turn green also. This SPY. It's still red, but not by much. Holding ground on Bitcoin at 100 though.
All right, I'm back, y'all.
But we were talking about them pumping one by one, but the next day they like all pop 10%, right?
Oh, ye of little faith. Yeah, Alex. We trapped the shorts first. Got that out of the way, which is good. I definitely would not like to see this pump had started from up here without trapping shorts. And we were in a situation where we still had to trap shorts right now. So, yeah. This is ideally how it plays out. When we're bullish, they'll tend to come down and take half of the vectors parabolic instead of all of them. Like if you notice just on this push up, right? Green vector recovered half of itself. Green vector came back, recovered half of it. Yeah, they could come back and take some of it. It's all gonna depend on how high we pop the trap long. It would pop up and then come down and close CME gap. Maybe that's how you clear half the vector. But it's still too early to tell. What I'm focused on right now is our visible range. We need to get out of this range. So we go back to range trading, right? That's the range that we're in. Right? And we know that moves outside of the range that get accepted back into the range are just deviation. We had a deviation out the bottom, deviation out of the top. And then you had our deviation for the trap shorts. Right, so any move outside of this trap or any move outside of this range has to hold support and then push out to be a true breakout. If we just come up and trap longs and get accepted back into the range, then our weekend trap will be inside of the range somewhere. What we want is to push up and have our weekend trap be above that no weekly close, right? Above that macro SR. That would be a big W. We still got 2 hours. Be careful being too sure in either direction, guys. I can't tell you how many times during the last 2 weeks I heard not a chance. Let's take a look at remember we were looking at our totals versus others. Right? Remember we had those nice stopping volume candles. Where are we? Total BTC. We looked at this together. I made sure that I highlighted all the totals against their BTC pairs. Right? Stopping volume candle on total BTC. Was this stopping volume candle is somewhere on 5 minutes? Downtrend. Stopping volume candle on total 2 BTC. Others BTC. Very interesting stuff. This vector that's already cleared. Give me a second, I gotta grab a hoodie. It's cold as hell in here. Alright, I'm back. What was it that sounded so crazy over? Because the bull case that I laid out just has us closing the weekend trap 1.5% higher than we are right now. I don't think it was too I don't think it's unachievable. But it's mostly just to prepare you for what it means if we do close above that. That's everything made a nice push for the most part. If your coin didn't move today, it's holding very little mind share. So take that as a little bit of evidence of how many people are in line waiting to buy that coin once it goes bullish. Yeah, we were talking about Litecoin last night, man. Litecoin. It's because less liquidity is needed to make them move. Alchemist. That liquidity injection that came in on the 7th, even though the majority of it went to Bitcoin and Ethereum, the alts are so beat down that didn't take much to get them up off the bottoms. I would go on out on a ledge and say that there's about 1% of people who even thought this was possible. And an even smaller percent that called it to the day. Man. No, I'm not. I got you, Hoover. I got you, Hoover. I read back up. I wasn't trying to single you out or anything.
Travis Scott's loaded on Travis Scott's website. It says coming soon. Things man at $2,000 right now.
Bots are gonna
I'm
go
gonna try to get
crazy
them.
with that shit.
I'm
Good
trying to
luck.
get them for retail. I just bought a Cactus Jack jersey for $120, man. This thing's gonna go for probably $1,000 later on.
You ever think about getting into bots? Because you try to go for a lot
Yeah,
of
I heard
these.
about that. I don't even know how about that, man.
It's
That's how
pretty.
people get all these damn sneakers.
Yeah. These are like Mev bots before Mev bots.
Yeah, but they're working on getting rid of the bots.
Yeah, but
They're trying all kinds of crap.
whenever they have a launch on site, especially if it's like a third party site like Travis's site, it's never they're gonna
Yeah.
they're gonna grab all those pairs, bro.
I'm gonna try, man. You never know. I might get lucky, but it's. I
Yeah,
keep
yeah, yeah.
refreshing my page. It just says coming soon. Hey,
I've gotten a
what do
couple
you on?
epic manual hits, bro. Just try to have
Yeah, when you
different
least
phones.
expect
Try
it.
to have different. At the very least, make sure you have a bunch of different devices.
Yeah, I got two I'm gonna try, but that's it. My phone and my computer. I try getting people like, come on, do this for me. Just you gotta use different credit cards because anything's the same, they'll cancel you.
Problem is, if it hits, they want it. You know.
Yeah. I got screwed one time because I had my dad sign up for me, but they wouldn't. They thought I signed up twice because we have the same name. Ah,
They said they're listing Aster on Coinbase's roadmap.
sweet.
I don't know how is Aster, how does Coinbase not list hype? No one's listing hype.
Hype probably doesn't want to play the game.
Hype. Oh, Hyperliquid.
Meaning Hyperliquid's
Well, other
probably not
exchanges,
willing to give Coinbase
it's
15% of
competition
the
to them,
supply. You know.
and it's competition to them.
Dude, hype. I always have Bloomberg on in the background, and some like old head was like talking about Hyperliquid. Like, I swear to God, they were doing like an interview about like he was just an analyst, and he was talking about Hyperliquid, and he's talking about a bunch of stuff. But I was surprised. I was like, wait, what? Hype?
That's funny. I don't know when these sneakers gonna drop, man. They don't announce anything. Everything
Sample, we're
else on this
talking
site,
about limited edition sneakers for resale.
everything on here, you can buy already except for the sneakers. This jersey, I'm surprised it's not sold out. I don't think people know about this stuff yet. And it's a fragment Travis Scott Tokyo release.
Go
Guess that
on,
jersey's gonna
go
be a
on
lot of money.
YouTube. There's this guy. He doesn't bot anymore, but I know him. His name is
Travis? Oh,
Bot
Travis
Boy.
Alwas.
Bot Boy Nova is his name. If you go back
Bob.
and look at some of his old videos, he goes through all the bots, how to use them. You watch him do live.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you'll
I
watch
gotta
him like
figure that
live
out.
when things drop. He comes in and you'll see him grab like 50, 60
Because
pairs.
even if you just can get a few of Travis Scott, and he's gonna be dropping a lot, like the pink pair and everything that's gonna be coming out, man. If you can just get a few pairs of those, man, you're good. What's his name? Bob?
Bot Boy Nova.
Oh, Bot Boy Nova. Bot Boy Nova. All right.
He's actually trading now. It's funny. A lot of these guys that were really
Yeah.
hardcore into botting with sneakers, they've moved their bots into pump fun.
Do it all, man. It's a lot. Sneakers and trading is a lot alike, man. Especially when you can see the sneaker chart. It has like a chart
Yep.
with candles and everything. I'm
Buy
like, wow.
low, sell high. It's controlled by
Yep.
sentiment, controlled by liquidity. Does way better during QE than QT. Very similar.
Yep. I couldn't believe it when I seen that. Like StockX had the chart and everything. I was like, what? Like, look at that. It's like trading crypto. They use the same lingo and everything.
I wear mine sample. I mean, I used to buy sneakers to resell. And ever since I was young, like I always got into the habit of buying one to resell, buying one to wear, one to rock,
You
one to
know,
stock. But
yeah, that's
lately,
what you
nah.
do.
Lately, I
If you can
just
get them.
personal pairs, bro.
What got me is just recently I got into I got the brick by brick, the Nigel.
Mm-hmm.
I got those for retail. I got them on the sneakers app. My first win ever.
But
And I've been trying for a long time. And what was it? $200, and I flipped them for almost 800.
yeah, I was about to say they're going for like 8 or 1,000 right now, close to.
Yeah,
They'll keep
I
going
sold them
up.
on StockX when they had the no fee, and God, I made out. I was like, wow.
The ones that say bike on the back instead of Nike, right?
Yeah, the red ones.
Yeah, yeah.
The Jordan 4s. He has other ones that didn't do too good, but I figured he has another one that's coming up, a white here, just like that. And I think those are gonna make the price of these come down, so I got rid of them. It
Here's a
hurt
stable
too.
coin chart, Hoover. We're looking to see if we've gotten to the top of our wallet yet. Remember, this white box is the wallet. When the wallet gets filled, the wallet gets drained. When the wallet gets drained, price goes up. Price goes down as they're refilling the wallet. Price goes up as we're collectively draining our stablecoin. And right now we've hit top. White line. And we haven't made a clear, decisive move yet, right? You want to see some lower lows and lower highs, but you can already see the reaction on Bitcoin. And then our total stables coming in and out of the bank, we're still getting drawdown. So all of the movement that we saw today was from money on the sidelines already in stables. Right? But remember the wealth effect that happens with M2. M2 goes up, excuse me, there's more money flowing in than money that you have on the side you're more willing to spend because it's being replenished. We've had really big spikes like this the whole day. This thing will probably eat itself back up here in a second. See? It's crazy. We had one the other day that went all the way down to like here to like 280 and then popped up. You see the difference?
Doesn't it leave a wick?
Because it's happening too fast.
Or it calculates only on the...
Oh shit.
well, it redraws the
Hello.
candle,
Oh boy, where'd that come from? What is that? Total?
Nah, this
Boing.
is stables. This
Oh.
is total minus total excluding stables.
Is that a 1 minute chart?
This is a 4-hour
A 4
chart.
hour. Wow, and that, you can see that candle move.
A 4-hour chart. But what I'm saying is you're seeing the inflows in and out. There's still out inflows, but you're seeing those big, massive inflows in. So
I
these
gotta keep an eye
candles
on that shot.
are getting super volatile to both sides.
Wow. That thing's twitching. Total.
I don't like
Total
watching this
spot.
chart because it freaks me out. I like to come back to it every once in a while after the candle's already been, you know? After the candle's
I
already
gotta
been
write that
set.
down. What's that called? Totaled.
Total minus total ES.
Total
Total ES is total excluding stables.
minus.
So total minus total ES gives you the total stables without having to do USDC, USDT, DAI, USD, all that.
Write that down. Here we go.
I'm gonna come back to this because that shit's just gonna freak everybody out if you.
Twitching.
Rated, welcome back, brother. Welcome home. Make sure you sub up. We're here every day. YouTube isn't really putting us out there like that, so make sure that you sub so that you can find us. And hit the like button so YouTube can see. We got 174 viewers and only 44 likes. I don't even blame YouTube for not showing this video to anybody with that sort of ratio. Let's get those likes up. Unless somebody else told you the market was going to return on the 7th, and it did.
I like it a lot. Now, someone was saying about the market returning on this 7th on here. Who the hell? I think it was E-Man saying something about that.
No, it's crazy.
Saying someone told him.
Somebody, yeah. Somebody kept bringing it up. I wonder who that was.
Yeah. I think I heard E-Man saying something about that, but I don't know.
Cal B, what's going on, brother? I'm being sarcastic, guys. It was me. I was saying it for the past month and a half.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what we're saying. It
Even
was you.
before
So.
that.
No one picked up on that? What?
Guess not.
Eh,
I was just gonna let it fly, but then I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just
but
trying to
stuck in
focus what I'm
Emad's head.
doing, but I was not too focused why I didn't pick up on
I
that.
was like, wait a minute, do y'all really not remember? Like, oh shit, am I gonna have to do the whole video clips thing and shorts and all that?
Yo, I thought it was Zeusy. I thought it was.
I almost said that. Emad said it was you. I didn't want to rat him out.
No, Emad's been saying, Emad's been asking me every day, like, are we still on
Yeah,
track? Like, yeah, we're good, we're good.
yeah, you have that stuck in his head, man.
It's good, man.
'Cause he was talking about that all night.
I mean, I was in a fat long, and I went to sleep. And my stop loss was like it stopped me out and just racked up 80% from there.
Oh man. Soon.
That's painful.
It was, man. I was like, oh, I was looking at Fed. I was like, yo, Fed has to go here. I got in at like 25. I put my stop loss way too close though.
What else am I gonna get free from Amazon next? It looks like they're gonna give me a free water cooler.
I bought extra Litecoin yesterday when we were talking about the Dino coins. About how like Litecoin hadn't moved yet. That sort of stuck in my head. And before I went to bed,
What
I
was
bought some more Litecoin.
the first altcoin ever? It was it's now, was it Vertcoin? Oh, what is it? It's still around too, man. I'm waiting for that thing to do something. I gotta look.
There is a chance that I don't. I think the chances are pretty slim though. But they could, after market close, come to an agreement about this government shutdown. That'd be crazy.
Did anybody know what the first altcoin ever was?
Namecoin.
One of the first name. Oh yeah, it was Namecoin.
Yeah.
But then
Namecoin was the first Bitcoin fork.
did it get changed to?
You know they've been shilling that shit lately. Honest, they've been
Yeah, because I
they've
seen it. I
been
think.
shilling it as the first altcoin, original shitcoin before all the shitcoins. And it's funny because Namecoin really was just a shitcoin. Like the first altcoin that was created wasn't utility; it was a shitcoin.
The first altcoin was Namecoin, launched in April 2011 to provide a decentralized domain name system (DNS).
It was like it was like but nobody used it for that.
Then
It was
Litecoin
like
launched
a
right after that.
.btc or whatever, right? Like a .eth or a .sols, that sort of project.
Namecoin, and it's still around, right?
Mm-hmm. Should still have a chart if I'm not.
I seen it. I think. Nope.
Wow, you got to go all the way back to like CoinX.
What was the second one? I know Vert. I think it was Vertcoin was real old.
Nah, this isn't the oldest.
See, a lot of people think that Litecoin is the first altcoin. It's not. The first altcoin was Namecoin, developed based on the codes of Bitcoin, April 2011.
Isn't Doge and a bunch of other coins built on the Litecoin network?
Yeah. Oh, the ticker's NMC. That's why I couldn't find it.
Yeah, but there's only one, and it's on CoinX. And it's not an old chart. It only takes you back to 2020. I was just trying to look for it right now.
Yeah. It's not on Mixie, man. It's not going to be anywhere.
You would probably find that on like Bitstamp, one of the older exchanges, if it's even there. Problem is they get delisted and then you lose the chart. You know, so the name might still be around, but the chart is only so old because of prior chart delistings. It's the AI agent narrative right now, H. AI agents and privacy are the two narratives that are running really hard right now.
Yep. I need a camera. The only thing I don't have is a cameraman. And then my setup will be done almost.
You want a camera, get the if you're looking for something affordable that's still good, get the Ozbot Meet 2.
Ozbot Meet?
2. Yeah, it's tiny, but it's one of the better 4K cameras that's out. And even though it's not on a gimbal, like it doesn't move around like mine does, because
MEET?
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
MEET.
yeah.
Because it records in 4K and you can only really show 1080p on stream, it'll move around inside of the 4K, so it gives you the same sort of panning that you get from
This one right here that goes on top of the monitor?
yeah,
$129
Me
bucks?
Too, little square thing.
Yeah, I see it.
Watch a couple videos on it. It's really good, bro. I've seen people put that shit up against a DSLR camera, and with good lighting, it's hard to tell between like a couple $1,000 camera and that thing.
What's the difference? They got Ozbot Tiny 2 4K webcam.
That's the one that's on the little, like a gimbal, right? Moves around.
Yeah, it rotates. It's only $159 bucks.
Yeah. It's gonna have the same sensor as the Meet 2, except it's put on a gimbal. So if that's what you want, just get that.
Because yeah, that's only $10 more than. I don't like it being stuck on the monitor. I want one I could move if I want to.
That's the one I have, the one that moves around.
Does this camera come off that Meet 2? It looks like it disconnects from that.
Yeah, you can move it. It's got like a little magnetic thing. If you want to
Yeah,
shoot,
it's magnetic.
if you want to shoot like horizontal video, you just flip the camera, put it on its side.
Whoops, sorry. I did not know that my volume was all the way up on the video.
But it has like 1/2 inch sensor, which is way bigger than regular webcam, so it brings in more light, makes the picture look better. Good for low light environment.
Oh yeah, I see it. And she just it is disconnects from that. Okay, that's why I didn't like it. I thought it had to stay attached to the monitor. No.
You can put that shit wherever you want it.
Yep. Okay.
What I think is dope is that it's cheap enough to have like a 2-camera setup.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
it.
You could have two of them, put one on each monitor. One on my left and one right.
Yeah, or one
Get a
like
side view.
how I have it with the whole view, and then another one in front. You can like switch back and forth.
Yep. Do they have overnight delivery? Maybe I can order it and Amazon can screw up my order. Every time I've ordered. Yeah, every time. They just did it with the water cooler I ordered. They keep giving me credit. I contacted customer support 3 times and they gave me credit.
So how
3
does it
times.
work? Like if it says on your shit it's supposed to be there by 5 o'clock on Tuesday and it's not.
They'll tell you they'll try to wait till the morning, and if it doesn't, you can contact them for a refund. But a lot of times when you contact them for a refund, because it's shipped out already, they said they can't cancel it, so they tell you
Yeah.
not to worry about it. They'll refund your money and not to worry about sending it back when it comes in. Like, really? Yep.
Yeah, the W pattern here, you would have to get above that weekly close, guys. 1045. That gets us where we need to be on the macro, and it also gives us the right side of our larger W here. But remember, this is a range that we're in. Right? Resistance is resistance until it's not. So the most probable outcome would be that we reject off of that and come back down into the range.
What something's moving. Ondo. I took profit on yeah, Ondo's moving. I took profit on Nia. That thing was scaring me. Zcash early this morning, man. The way that thing was moving, God. Every time I seen chops like that was during FOMC.
People taking profits from narrative trading to rotational trading, I would imagine. If I was trading Zcash heavy because nothing else has been moving and everything else has been off rotation, and then I see the entire alt market make a move like in unison, I might consider leaving the speculative narrative and going into making sure my bags are set. The static come. You see that?
I hear a little bit of static, but I don't know if it's the same one you hear. No, because I can turn it down. No, that's mine.
No, you're good. Dewey up 11%, Jasmine's up 17%, Litecoin's up 16%, my baby virtuals 26%, Beam 16%, Guns 15%. Marinade is only a point. Oh yeah, I'm selling you.
What did Mina do, man? I forgot all about Mina, man. I feel bad because I had that on my list. Mina's up another 20% today. It hit 20. Not bad.
It's not in price discovery anymore.
What?
Mina.
Hasn't been in price discovery for years.
You remember how
No,
much
downward.
I loved Mina a couple years ago, Zeusy?
Yeah.
I was like, it's so much utility. This has to go up.
Yeah, the smallest blockchain, right? I remember. I
Yep.
remember. That's why I have it in my watch list too.
Yep.
And yeah, well, it's wrecked.
Yeah, nobody cared,
It's
bro.
wrecked by,
Everybody was like, cool
98%.
story, bro. Smallest blockchain. Just sit over there in the corner and shut up.
Lightest blockchain. It's.
Well, I'm holding some bags that are now at break even.
That's good, though.
There you go.
That's good.
But Mina was in price discovery downward. Now,
Yeah.
you know, maybe it's gonna stop being in price discovery downward for a few weeks.
Oh, what happened to circle
But
today?
these short squeezes can bring them straight up to resistance, and that's like still further uphill. Solana is still below 180. These big caps aren't getting that much love.
I got nothing but love for you, baby.
Very cool. What's Hood doing?
You ever wear anything from Cactus Jack?
Yeah, I got the
Right.
original.
Do
I got
the
the
sizes run
original
big?
Cactus Jacks. Nah, they run just like whatever shoe they're on.
I was talking about, like, have you ever worn a jersey or shirt or anything? No.
Oh no. I think that was a
No.
shirt that came with the original pair of sneakers, but
Wondering about the
just
shirt
a
because
regular
I know
t-shirt.
Supreme, man, their jerseys they run big.
It's just Nike. They're just Nike shirts with
Yeah.
with what you call it branding. So if Nike runs regular for you, then it should just be regular.
Oh, Nike. I don't think that Nike jersey. This is a nice jersey, man. I can't believe it's not selling out.
Zeusy's volume is up, guys. If you have trouble hearing him, maybe he was just away from his. People were saying they were having trouble hearing you earlier, Zeus.
Really? Damn, I spoke the whole afternoon.
There you go. I love Reddit for this stuff, man. You need to know something about if you should size up or down on something, man. Reddit has all that.
Yeah. Hey, even Deep went 14%. Somebody was stuck in Deep early. I hope they got a little bit of that. Sui BTC up 9%. Doge BTC. Link BTC up 7%, 6.7.
Everything.
0.7. And through all the chaos, through all the pump, through all the liquidity, my Labubu keeps on dropping. Let's go.
They just came out with new Labubus, man.
I
I was looking at it
saw,
on EQL.
I saw, and I was like, I have to pay attention to that because if they start to hit, if they get popular, then
Yeah, because
I could be screwed here.
you ever sign up for that EQL? You can enter raffles and everything. They have
Mm-mm.
Bear Brick on there right now and everything, and a bunch of Labubu's. I clicked on one. I was gonna enter the raffle. I thought it was going to be like $20 or something.
I'm
It's
not
like
allowed to
$2,000. I'm
buy
like,
any more bear bricks.
I like Bear Brick.
I put myself
Oh, so
on a
Like they have a Labubu
restriction.
Bear Brick.
Yeah, I know. I have a problem
But
with
viewed
bear
it
bricks, bro. I have a problem with Japanese toys in general. Like,
$1,200, and that's just to enter the raffle for a chance to purchase it for $1,200.
mm,
That's crazy how things work.
the first
they
time that
started
I
with
won, the first time that I won a raffle for anything limited, and then they told me that I still had to pay for it. I was so confused.
No kidding. I was
I
trying
thought
to
it
tell
was a
people that,
prize. I
and
was like, I thought I won a free pair. They're like, no, you win the ability to buy it from us. It's like, oh,
people don't
thanks.
understand how good that is.
Yeah. You were saying Zeusy, my bad. I didn't mean to step on you.
oh, no problem. My day started with an alarm ringing on Circle. I don't have any. I don't trade it. I can't actually on my French broker. It's not there. But it's funny because we do all this TA and all, but in the end, the same way Bitcoin is a buy below 100,000, at least for the coming. Well, was the buy for since it went below 100,000. It's the same for Circle. It was a buy as soon as it was below
Under
$100.
100, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why I put an alarm at 97. But it's coming now inside that gap it left at release, where it just blew out to the upside with a lot of FOMO, and like coming back down to $85. Well, that area between 85 and 100 could be a good area to not go to zero, because after that what's going to happen is you'll start trading below release price, and that's not good, because after that it means probably
Yeah, I saw
dilution
somebody
going
called.
on.
I saw somebody called $25 on Circle. But their
Well,
overall thesis was that we're already in the bear market.
well, after some FOMO, it's normal to see it come back down to where the FOMO started from, right? Like sentiment, well, FOMO eases, it comes back to the mean by coming back down. So now, yeah, this area is important for Circle, because yeah, you can leave it some room, maybe all the way down to 60. I don't know, but for me, it's between 85 and 100. Yeah, it needs to give us a bullish pattern, find support, confirm, blah blah blah. But reclaim 105, and then you have a beautiful ABC with a down up down move. And once it clears 105, yeah, we could go for a new all-time high even. Now, fundamentally, Circle, I don't know if I want to be bullish on a stable coin. It just doesn't make sense. It's a stable coin. And with interest rates coming down.
It's the business, not the coin that you're investing in.
Zeusy,
Yeah, but
I
I'm too
apologize, buddy.
exposed.
Will the business
I'm
be
too
more?
exposed.
Yeah, no, I
I'm
get
too
you.
exposed to crypto already, so adding Circle in a stock portfolio, it's. I don't know.
My stock portfolio is ridiculous, bro. Circle,
In a good way or a bad way?
Circle, Hood, Base, couple of
It's only crypto
like,
related.
yeah, a couple of Ethereum treasury companies. Like, yeah, it's like all crypto, bro. It's definitely not well diversified, I should say. But I'm putting my chips in that basket right now because I think that there's more juice left.
Hey, Zeusy, I need to apologize. I accused you of something the other day that was uncalled for.
What?
I said that you
Oh,
only show up. I said you only show up when we dump, but I'm coming to the conclusion that you're actually showing up when we dump because you're trying to get the dip. So you're not as bearish as people claim you are.
People haven't understood a thing about me. Maybe it's better. I don't understand myself anyway. But if they think that I was bearish and actually holding any shorts during this hold down move, they're like,
That's why I kept saying. That's why I kept.
if only.
That's why I kept
If only.
saying. That's why I kept saying. You guys do realize he's long, right?
Yeah.
I
was gonna
knew.
say, well, damn, you called me the Grim Reaper the other day.
Well, I gotta own
How's it
it,
going?
man. I can't say that and then realize he's talking about grabbing all these dips and grabbing good value, and I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, that's not the picture I have of him. I gotta stand corrected.
Yeah, I come in. I'm usually quiet when something that's happening. When I don't really necessarily like what's happening, I'll just be really quiet. But like if I'm like, oh, this is a good dip to buy, then I'll be more talkative. Or if things are ripping, obviously, and like, oh,
That's
okay,
cheating. Don't
we're
cheat.
Zusi,
How's it
did you
cheating?
sell file at 230?
No. I mean, absolutely no hurry to sell anything just because today it went up by 20, 50, 100. It could go up 500%, wouldn't change a thing.
Sold it at 365.
You were ready to sell at 230.
I don't remember what I said, but
You said your
I was
average
supposed to
price.
sell at 230. What?
You said my
Yeah.
average price is close by. I think I should.
Yeah, I was underwater. Now I'm not anymore. Yeah, probably.
I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second.
There's no hurry. We have a topping pattern at least, or I don't know, something. Wait for Sunday, maybe Saturday at least. These profits will probably go back into Bitcoin, giving us a bit of a spike up to gap up, and probably manage to close that 50 in a bullish scenario. Yeah, but that could just be the trap. A trap. Yeah. I'm kind of tired of Bitcoin pumping last minute to the daily. You know, say well, let's do it. But let's do it again. But we'll see if it. Gaps up this weekend. Like Bitcoin is gonna need to gap up on Monday. Yeah.
I should
But
record your voice, Zusi, like with Audacity or something, and then put it in a chat GPT and say, can you make sense of what this guy is saying? Is he bearish or bullish? It might come
Both.
back going neutral. Actually, it probably won't say anything now that it doesn't give financial advice.
It could help Bitcoin manage to close above that 50, right? If alts run this weekend, like it looks like that's what's gonna happen, or is already happening. I mean, even with the current run, if everybody TPs and buys big Bitcoin, it might pump it just enough to get to that 105, right? And these CME guys, aren't they worried we're gonna pump crypto while they can't? Like, shouldn't they just do a big buy at close? Oh, damn, they did already. Maybe not. We'll see.
I always get confused at the W's because this looks like a perfectly well-formed W. Well, not perfect, but like a W, but really the right side of the W is not supposed to come down, right? Isn't it supposed to stay up a little bit higher than the deviation?
But it is higher.
Well,
It's a higher
no,
low.
yeah, but slightly, right? Like I've seen W's that Dbloc has drawn before, and it seems like the right side tends to be up a lot higher. I don't know.
Well, it depends on the strength of the trend you're reversing, I guess. It depends a bit on during a very impulsive move up, the right part of your W is going to tend to be much less of a retrace, right? People will jump on the dip. I mean, just look at the previous dips, how they were jumped on, right? Look at the first time Bitcoin dropped to 90K, how it quickly V-shaped recovery in like less than 6 hours. Then on the second down move, of course, it's not going to be able to come all the way down because there's just too much buying pressure down, right? So it's maybe you can judge a bit the strength of the reaction by the size of the right part, and yeah, the fact that it comes very close to putting a lower low could be more like a bearish sign, I guess. Well, not a bearish sign, but a sign that it's Well, it wasn't
Or
easy to reverse up, right? And we haven't
or
reversed up, by the way, because we still didn't put a higher high.
or game playing, right? Just playing games, just trying to like think people it's gonna go lower, but it doesn't. I mean, I know we've talked about
Yes,
that before.
yes, of course. But it's the whole point. It's to
Yeah.
buy, make people sell, so you are able to buy. Because it's well, when you're a whale, it's the problem they have. You know, they just have too much coins to sell or to buy. Like they have no choice but to sell when we buy, and vice versa. Like they have to take an opportunity of an uptrend in the stock market to be able to exit a big crypto position. They can't sell while stock market's going down, so they've been buying here, not selling. And even if we go down to 80k, 70k, they'll keep buying because they can't really sell. It's not liquid enough for them to really. Imagine if Wall Street panic exits.
I don't know, man. If it does that, that's a buying opportunity because I don't feel like the cycle's over with in Legacy until 27. But that's just me.
A lot of retail traders are betting that the markets are done correcting here, and that's why they're jumping on riskier assets and all. I hope they're right. Like, you know, they were right anticipating a drop. Like, crypto dropped much more before markets really dropped, right? Even before they went into price discovery. So people anticipated a downturn, and they were right because we dropped 20+%. And now they're anticipating a bit a rise back up. Both on crypto and on legacy. Well, if Monday legacy drops another 2%, things we'll see how.
I mean, the
handle.
only thing that scares me is the banking, the health of the banking system. We've been warned a couple times that it's tiptoeing on dangerous waters. So
That's
I
so
don't know, man.
bullish. That's so bullish for crypto.
It
You have
wasn't
no
in
idea.
2008. It wasn't bull. Oh, for crypto, yes, I agree. I'm talking about like just the economic cycle.
That's enough to reach 200k, honestly. I think it's possible.
Word up.
But you'll have USDC depegging, you know. Like, it's not gonna be fun, you know.
But any legacy dip, I'm buying, man. I could be wrong, but I've seen this before.
A dip? What dip?
There it is. What dip? You call this a dip?
Well, I
It's
mean,
just
in a bull
the
run,
beginning, right?
dude, like Nvidia, for example,
Ah,
is
come on, it dropped 2%.
retraced pretty hard, and Tesla retraced kind of mildly, but you know, but my Microsoft stock, man, oh my gosh, I'm getting hammered right now, but I'm buying
Blowing
more.
a horn. Someone blowing a horn? Here's the horn in the background.
Dude, that's my carbon monoxide detector going off right now because the carpet
Really?
cleaners. Yeah, dude. They freaking aimed their muffler from their vehicle with my door open. They aimed the muffler. I told them to get the F out.
Mm.
So now I've got all the windows in the house open and the carbon monoxide numbers are going down. Cat almost passed out, is throwing up in my office.
That's annoying, huh? When that in the house, man, I hate when they test mine. They test mine like every few months. It's annoying.
No, he literally parked his van and then parked it in a way where his muffler of his van, because you know those carpet cleaner vans have like the motor inside and stuff. And he had the door open because he had to bring the hoses in, and the freaking exhaust was coming into my house, and I smelt it, and I didn't think anything of it because I thought it was just temporary. And then all of my carbon monoxide alarms are going off, telling me it's like 120
You know what's crazy, guys?
units.
Is I'm replacing the battery in a carbon monoxide filter. I'm putting a 9-volt battery in one right now in a room.
I'm replacing mine with a parakeet.
It was beeping all
Dude.
day. I had to go get a new 9-volt for it.
Am I wrong I got a little upset and said, dude, why'd you aim your truck towards my door? And he's like, I don't appreciate your tone. He goes, I can just stop right now. And I go, get the F out then. Is that like he goes, I don't know why you're upset. And I go, do you realize after a headache, do you know what the next step is? He goes, yeah, death. And I go, oh, and I don't have a right to be upset? Turd.
Yeah, that turd.
his way of passing gas in your door for you.
Yeah, he
Dude,
shoved
my
his ass
animals
right.
are freaking out right now. I had to like open all the doors and windows and like let the animals out of the house. It's nuts. Anyways, that's why you hear that sound in the background. Sorry about that.
I thought it was no. I thought it was someone like blowing a horn. That's all. It's
No,
not
Noise
bothering me.
detectors are there. They're really important. If you didn't have that, you'd be like, "What's going on here?" So it's one of those things where it's like a odorless thing. If you don't smell it, it's too late.
absolutely, man. And I already have a headache, so I knew something was going on, and I was like, "Oh my, you gotta be kidding!" And I wanted to be nice to the guy, but I'm like, "Who aims their muffler at the front door of the house they're cleaning?" My wife is the one that set it up, so I called her and I go, "Fail, sorry, while you're out, I couldn't manage to get the carpets cleaned. I kicked them out of the house." So, but she understands. She was easy on me. She's like, "You and your temper. You probably pissed them off."
Better than being pissed on.
Yeah, well, it's better than being dead, I guess. I could be the dick for a day.
Just it. When the guy left, did you fart in his face?
No, but I almost let my dogs out of their crates.
Sweet.
They probably wouldn't have done anything to him either. They probably would have went over there and licked him. I'm telling you, it was nice to wake up to this right side W, though. I'll be honest with you. I finally got
Yeah,
in at the dip.
the day started pretty bad, you know.
I know, that's what I'm
It was
saying.
stressful, honestly.
I kind of felt like I was gambling a little bit because I've been out for a week or so, well, since last Saturday, and I've been watching. This is like one of the very first rides that I didn't ride down this season, and I was a little scared to get in. I'll admit, I was scared to get in.
Did you get in Link again?
Yeah, yep, and rode that, and I'm skilling out just a little bit now, just because they always tend to pull it back on us. But I rode Link's. I think it was
The bear market retest?
4.5%. It was 4.5% down, so I'm about even. Like, I mean, not even, but I rode that back up to zero gain. I mean, not zero gains, but I'm at like negative for on Coinbase. I'm almost 1% down. Or Link is 1% down for the day, 24 hours. And what I'm saying is I got in when it was about 5% down.
Well, right now it's up 10%.
I mean, so I have mine as last price 24 hours on Coinbase. So
Okay.
yeah, so it's scaling, right? It's just what is it called, moving window?
No, but well, in the last 24 hours, it's still up like it. That's not 24 hours you're looking at. It's gonna be 1 week.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is I got in when it was at around 5% down. So I didn't get the
Oh.
full 10%. I was scared. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared.
Hey, you confused me. Currently, Link is up 9.3% since daily open. I know that.
It's daily open. I'm saying on my chart right now, it's down 1% from the past 24 hours.
But that's not because yesterday it was even lower, so it's up even more.
Correct. If I went to TradingView, I'm sure I would see what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. But okay, never mind. Anyway, it's retested.
I mean,
that,
I could take a screenshot of it if you want.
No, it's okay. It's good. That's $15 every on Link. If it can stay above it, then it's back above summer 2021 lows. It's good to trade only the same coin every time, right? Like,
Dude, I understand Link. Like I can't follow all these coins, man. I can't do it. I don't have the brain capacity.
Yeah. I like to focus on a few alts too.
I mean, macro wise, they all the alts kind of end up in the same place, 30% down, whatever. But like for day trading, which I don't like doing, but I will if I have to. I understand the way Link moves.
Where do you see it go? Can we get 20?
I mean, it just all depends on everything else, right? Like if alts break their downtrend, Link will go bananas. But if we don't, Link will bleed. Now, I mean, I know that sounds really elementary, but it's just what it's been doing.
And at which point in the chart can you consider it's breaking its downtrend?
If it broke today, I'm looking at like 18. It has to get above 18.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm looking
that
at
makes
21.
sense.
21 for me. I got in Link.
But yeah, so my range is I drew a little box and I got it from like 17.9 to like 19.8. But we don't usually get that precise. The idea is like pay attention in that times in that zone, right? If you're off doing other things, that's a good place to be setting some sort of like, I don't know, maybe cells or even catch of an outbreak. I don't know. Or breakout, I mean. Did I just say outbreak? I got COVID of the brain.
So the big question is $12 first or $20 first, right? Well, you said 18, 20. CryptoBig said 21. Let's put in the middle 19. And support is 12, right?
I have support at 11.8. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere there. So Sui, for example, did that, right? It went to that April, well, it came close to that April low. It didn't take it out, but it came very close. $2 roughly. Well, I think it was 170 exactly, but Link also came towards it, but it's bouncing from higher, so I guess it's stronger. I mean, it got sold less than Swede did. The question is that a good sign or a bad sign?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is Sui's so much fun to trade when it's going to the upside, but man, it is not fun when it's going down. That's why I just can't. I can't.
But that's true for any alt, no?
Well, what Link will do is it'll give you a lot of signs, man. It's like, okay, it does this pattern that I'm not a chartist, so I'm sure there's a pattern for this, but it seems to delay a little bit. And like, for example, H bar will dump before everybody else, like dump hard, but it also pump before everybody else. So it's like I used to be really into H bar, but I can't watch H bar and Link at the same time. It's like I was the whole thing of being overwhelmed and like doing too much, et cetera, et cetera. And so I realized it was the same portfolio I was trading with, and I've been having more success trading one coin. And to be honest with you, I don't care about Link. It just
Yeah, it's just the fact of trading one chart, right?
yeah.
It could be anything else.
Yeah.
Wouldn't matter that much.
Like
Well,
after
I agree with you, but it's important to choose the correct chart, and that's where fundamentals come into play, especially if you're going for spot longs.
yeah, like I'm scared to even mention a coin after yesterday's XRP lecture. So like I don't care if it's linked. Just find yourself a coin that you feel that you can control. You can not control, but you can control your risk with, I guess, whatever that is. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, I left, and then you guys continued about XRP the whole night.
Dude, for like 4 hours, man. It was freaking ridiculous.
I gave my opinion, honestly. For me, it's like Sol. It's like a lot of coins that already performed good. Yeah, you can extract still from them, but there's better opportunities out there than things that are not as high on their Bitcoin pairs, right? Because the whole idea is to have more Bitcoin. It's not to have more alts.
Don't tell an XRP guy that. Jeez. You'll get a you'll get a conversation that you have a hard time getting out of.
I'll buy below $1 when it's there. A little bit just to see it, because right now I don't have any, so I don't even watch its price. It's not in my watch list even. Actually, XRP pissed me because of all the wicks during the bear market. Like, oh, those wicks.
Yeah, no, XRP was one of the worst coins to trade in the bear market because you would be in the perfect position. It'd be the
Yeah.
craziest wicks, man.
Yeah, on
Nothing
Bybit
else would do it.
especially,
It was
right?
just XRP too.
And you know what? I cut the wick, but then it did another one. I cut it multiple times on XRP. And it's the same here. You had to catch the 9th of November wick. That's all. The rest is forget it. You cut 9th of November, you're in for a new all-time high. Potentially, right? Otherwise it's gonna be a headache to catch it. Like, you'll think you cut it, but can wick. True for every coin, right? It's not only XRP, of course.
Yeah, so last weekend, or at least Friday, Saturday, we had the same last Friday we had a huge sell off, right? And then by the time New York closed and the weekend kicked off, prices just kind of were stagnant all weekend until Sunday. Wonder if the same thing happens here, or we pump.
Markets turned green in the end. For now at least. That's not good. Like, you want to see them still red while we pump, and then they also turn green and help us even continue further. But they closed green on an upward trajectory, and CME is gonna close in half an hour. I mean, it's their last chance to buy before we're.
There's still not a lot of space between Bitcoin and at 99 yet either. Doesn't seem safe. A lot of alts like, all right, cool, we got a little buffer. But
Also don't
Bitcoin,
care. They don't
Bitcoin
honestly.
seems like
They
it's
don't.
still on the edge.
They don't care because they were already going up when Bitcoin was still going down. That's proof they didn't care today. Look at the timing of the beginning of those impulses, and it doesn't. Well, it depends on the coins, but it doesn't line up with the bottoming of Bitcoin. They
No, it
started
was
before.
yesterday. It was yesterday, yeah.
Some of them was even yesterday, but like if you take, I don't know, let's look at. Well, give me one coin, random coin.
Wait, FET, man, I can't believe I got stopped out of FET. It bottomed out on the 4th of November. And then it had one more on the 6th, and that was the launching pad. Yesterday was like it's like retest of that bottom, and then it just went. And that's when I got in yesterday. But then my stop was too close, and then I fell asleep.
Forget it. Move on to something else. Personal financial advice. Because when that happens, you can only do shit afterwards. I just changed chart. It's gone, man. FET is gone, right?
Like something like AVAX. Remember AVAX was doing that free fall. It bottomed on that 4th. And then it did the retest yesterday. Right around 11:30. Most of these alts that are having explosive moves, they did their retest of their bottom yesterday at 11:30 in the morning, EST. And that one last wick up
Then
when Bitcoin did that 99 test this morning.
Eve did a lower low than that bottom, right, this morning, but lower cap alts didn't. So we saw Bitcoin continue down. We saw even ETH continue down, while the smaller cap alts didn't go lower. That was the sign of something bullish to come. Like it's not typical. Normally your altcoin drops as much, even more than the others do. For the short squeeze to continue, you need to, stay with negative funding rates, not people going ham long after a 20% pump. Yeah, people are taking profit right now. Those who bought the dip are already taking profit, so we might end up continuing to squeeze. Actually, no, wait, that doesn't make sense. When you TP a long, you're not helping a short squeeze. Yeah, never mind. FX is still low here, no? $18, like.
Trump just said the United States Senate should not leave town until they have a deal to end the Democratic shutdown. If they can't reach a deal, the Republicans should terminate the filibuster immediately and take care of the great American workers. I think they're gonna try to get a deal by like this weekend. Monday, everything gaps up maybe. Or if it doesn't, then it's gapped up.
Yeah. Can somebody tell them that there's more important stuff at stake than the budget? Like, Bitcoin needs to gap up this weekend, so they really have to come to a deal? Although,
I'll put in a word, Zuzi, for you.
yeah, just drop that letter with a check. It's worth it. Imagine you're a lobbyist, a crypto lobbyist, and you talk to these politicians. Like, wouldn't you be like, hey guys, right now, we lost the turn to the May and all. Yeah, we really need you to stop this. And if Bitcoin is still below, like it currently is, then it's got a chance at pumping, right? If we already pump too much before that news hits, might be a different reaction. People TPing the news. Because any bet on a long is a bit with that catalyst in mind of, well, all the crypto bullish news having finally an effect in the charts. Right? There's been plenty. There's not only that government reopening stuff. There's these altcoin ETFs are out. Right?
So Zuzi, you think news affects crypto, which I agree with you, but what do you say when someone in chat or in general says, when they make comments like, oh, you think news affects crypto, huh? Like, is a sarcastic comment. Like, do you think it's a timing thing where they take advantage of news, or news actually gets people scared?
It depends on context. There'll be news if Bitcoin hits a new all-time high. Insert news story there. Now we need to have an idea of what that could be in order to anticipate it.
No. So like so the same question you just asked, but because a lot of times the other side of the debate is like, oh yeah, it's all on the charts, but the charts will just show you like points of interest where the price can go. Then it ends up being like not a coin flip, but it's a chance. Like we could have just lost that 50-week support, and we still could, and then go back down to like 90. But then the news is what turns that momentum to the. It just turns the momentum on one direction or another. I think news definitely affects everything. I mean,
Yeah, and you already know that you can anticipate if Bitcoin is at 90K, there's probably American soldiers in Caracas. There's probably something bad going in the world. And if we hit 116 and break out there with strength, I'm gonna guess there's some bullish news out there.
I mean,
Like
the biggest, we are now at a new record for the shutdown, right?
Yep.
Okay, so there's actually a lot of bearish news in general around the world, and the fact that Bitcoin is held up like this to me is impressive. I don't know.
it
Glass
fueled
half
it.
full.
That Silicon Valley bank going bankrupt fueled Bitcoin's rally 3 years ago. Then all the bearish news ended up bullish because inflation is overall fueling crypto's rally. Then the war in Ukraine is pumping weapon manufacturing stocks, and the whole American industry relies on weapon manufacturing anyway, so it makes sense that it's fueling a rally. All these bearish news are bearish for us, but they're like bullish for investors.
Yeah, but what do you say about if the government shut down, they can't make decisions on crypto because they're not actively working, right? Like, what do you think about that?
That's risk and uncertainty. So people stopped buying and they're waiting for the government to come back, and then I guess, like they're waiting. It's what Powell said, no?
Yeah, no, I agree. I wasn't asking to argue. I think you and I was just curious because a lot of people ask questions so they can open up with their opinion, and I was just honestly curious
Slow
if
down.
about
It's
news's impact, you know.
Also, we don't really care about the government shutdown because it's going to reopen. Like eventually, it's going to reopen, right? So
I don't know, man. They're super stubborn with each other right now. I don't. This is getting kind of nuts.
It's not. It's a bit like strikes in France. You would expect a national big strike having a negative impact on the stock market, right? It doesn't. It does the opposite often. Because we're so used to having strikes that I guess people got wrecked shorting strikes, and now they long strikes. I don't know why, but there's no relation there anymore. We often pump even when there are strikes.
I know, but for the rest of the world, like my state runs really well without the federal government, but that's my state, right? But what about the rest of the world? It's not healthy for the rest of the world for our federal government to be shut down. You know, like diplomacy, et cetera, et cetera. Like, how does that? You know what I'm saying?
Something we are used to, like the French diplomacy is used to having a government shutdown in America. It's not the first time. Like it happens every 4 years or whatever, like every 10 years maybe. So it's nothing new, right? It's not that uncertain. The uncertainty is in the length, and this one breaking records maybe might eventually make people really worried that your government is just never going to reopen. And if the context is bearish, that could add fuel to a rally down. Like instead of dropping 20%, maybe we'll drop 25% because of that. But eventually, it's going to reopen, right? Your government isn't bankrupt, for all I know. They're just arguing about the budget. We have the same problem in France. They can't come up with a budget, but that doesn't mean the government shuts down.
I wonder,
In
does
the end,
that mean Does that mean
The
Trump doesn't get paid during a government
cryp-
shutdown?
Honestly, the crypto cycle doesn't care about all that noise. Like this political noise probably doesn't affect it that much. The halving is still scheduled in April 2027. None of that is gonna change. Whether there's a
But what if it's political crypto news, though, which has happened over the past year or so? You know what I mean? Like ETF signage, ETF sign-offs, like
like
you
banning
know,
crypto or yeah.
or the crypto, what is it? Capital gains keeps going back and forth, or teased to us about how he. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I thought he said that he wanted to eliminate um, capital gains on U.S. based coins. Is that a thing? I can't remember. It's been a while.
I don't pay my taxes in America, so I don't follow that. But it's probably noise.
You
It's
trade
probably.
part.
Well, tax season is in April, right? You'll know by then. But expect
Yeah.
to pay taxes as usual. Don't believe the politicians selling you dreams.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying if that actually got approved, like if you were in a U.S. based coin and when that actually got approved, wow, wow, wee, whoa, or not? I could totally be like hallucinating about that too. I just thought that we talked about that
Oh,
about
we did. I don't remember what you guys said. It could be just fake news for all I know that there's going to be no capital tax on crypto games. But I find that very odd. Like in France, it's not ready to happen. We would have strikes if something like that was to come, because they want to take money from the rich. They don't want to give money to the rich. So it doesn't make sense to have no capital tax on crypto. Because most people who are able to buy crypto have a little, they're more like on the rich side than on the poor side. Although that could be, well, it depends. I guess a lot of, yeah, well, no, it's less bad than the stock market where people are even richer overall. So yeah, maybe continue taxing the stock market, but don't tax crypto gains. That could be the exit liquidity you're looking to start a bear market.
Well, I think the caveat is American based crypto. Like I don't know what, like I don't know what all of them are. I would assume XRP is one of them.
People don't like paying taxes because they feel like they're getting robbed by the government or something like that. So making them think they can TP because they won't have to pay taxes might be a desperate attempt at stockpiling more crypto before sending it much higher and actually not even having a bear market. Damn, that's another thought. Never mind. Not gonna happen.
Hey Doge Viking, I explained why my alarm's going off. I can't control it. There's carbon monoxide in my house. I apologize. I apologized in advance.
But it's good to pay taxes. It means you made money. The cycle. It's a good thing. Just don't think like it's a bad idea to TP because you're gonna have to pay taxes. It's good. It means you made money. Imagine you're waiting for like January for that new law to pass so that maybe you won't have to pay taxes and you don't TP because of that and price actually goes to 50K in January. Well, I mean, you'll be happy you won't have taxes to pay, right? But you won't have the opportunity to make profit, so...
Dude, I don't mind paying taxes. I just want to see a return on my investment. That's all.
Yeah, not you specifically. I mean, in general, like it's a tendency, right? Like, you just don't like paying taxes, so
It just sucks to pay taxes and then they turn around and give that money to foreign countries when your own country is taking a dump.
what dump? What are we talking
I mean,
about?
in general, like economic decline, social decline.
Have you compared SPY to a French stock market or like?
No, I mean, dude, I mean like just your way of life, cost of living, like people,
Yeah.
homelessness rising, et cetera, et cetera.
Is it really? Is it really worse than 50 years ago?
Oh yes, dude, it's really bad. They call it there's a term for it I heard the other day, um, where homelessness is a business now. So it's like I don't know all the details, but somebody gave it a name for when you benefit or profit from people being homeless.
You're sure it's worse than 50 years ago?
Yes, dude, it is. And it made the numbers may not be higher,
For
but the
all,
level, the intensity of someone who's homeless, they're far gone. Like
so all,
there's no recovery.
it means all this technological progress has been kind of useless if the average situation is worse than 50
Ah,
years
ding
ago.
A
ding
lot of it
ding.
is the money that they give, the government gives for homelessness gets administratively used up just like it does for our schools. Basically,
Yep.
the government steals it, or the people in the government. Very little of it makes it where it's supposed to go. That's why you never see any improvements.
Yes, sir.
Corruption is really little in democracies compared to other countries. Like we're not the worst ones on that point. You know, police system still works. You still have some people getting caught. France actually sent its president to prison. I mean, if that's not telling a story.
There should be people in our government, mass people that should go to jail.
But maybe they will in 20 years. No, like it doesn't have to be anytime
Nope.
soon. Right?
They won't give up the gig because then they all go broke. So no, one side won't sell out the other because they're both getting rich.
Yeah. Well, that's another debate, I guess. Keep me in touch. If you guys don't have to pay taxes, I might want long. Oh no, short. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It depends.
Guys, we're nowhere near that yet. We haven't even got the big beautiful bill yet, which is what gives us our new tax laws.
Big
It's
beautiful
just
bill.
speculation and conjecture on what's going to be in there, but we don't know yet.
Thank you, Dbloc.
But to your argument about the news doesn't matter. Only in two circumstances it does. If it affects the ability for people to buy crypto or risk assets, and if it affects the desire for people to buy. Those are the only two things that matter. Did the news make people want to buy this more? Did the news release funds that allow people to buy this more? Other than that, it's just right. It's either sentiment or just liquidity, right? Does this news free liquidity? Or does this news increase sentiment? Does this news bring down liquidity or contract liquidity? Does this news diminish sentiment?
That's what I was asking. Do you think that news the question was is that do you think it's a direct impact or is it's taken advantage of to stack on top of whatever
A little
the
bit of both.
chart is saying? Yeah.
A little bit of both. You can't stop news from happening, right? But then there's also that news that's sitting on the sideline waiting for a good time to get announced. I think both things are true.
In the case of less taxes, would that pump, or like would you expect it to pump prices?
I mean, I would immediately go in heavy. I mean, we're saving. You're talking about saving 20% off the top for long-term holds. So it would do two things. It would push more people into long-term, and it would pump those specific coins that benefit, from the long-term hold. I think what it'll do is it gives these coins a floor. You don't really care about the volatility if you're not paying any. Yeah, it just adds to your ROI.
More buying power too, right?
Yeah. But I don't think it's crypto specific. I think the way that it's worded, or the way that it's rumored to be worded, is no capital gains tax on U.S. companies. Now, we as crypto people, our ears pop up because we're like, well, crypto's a company. You know what I mean? Like there's American crypto companies, but I haven't seen any direct language
You're telling me that
separating a regular company from a crypto company. So I just assume that if it goes through, it would also count for American.
that could be a very bearish catalyst because like think about people holding Nvidia for 10 years and not TPing because they don't want to pay taxes. They might just
You only
take the
have to hold for
opportunity to sell, right?
365 days
365 days,
for
yeah.
a long
Well,
time.
they
Yeah.
might. Oh, so it's already the case today?
Yeah, yeah. If you bought Bitcoin
Oh.
at, yeah, you're already in long-term capital gains. You bought Bitcoin even a year
Oh,
ago.
okay. In
I would-
France, it doesn't make any difference. You just pay 30% tax on your gains.
Yeah, that type.
Right, so that's potentially a bullish catalyst too, right?
I don't know if it'll be capped or not, JL. That's a good question. It's possible.
It's what Trump wanted to do, right? Lower taxes but increase tariffs. So increase taxes for commerce coming from abroad, but lower rate for internal taxing. So that court judgment might be important about tariffs for if they're gonna lower gains tax. Because if he can't put the tariffs, then he won't be able to lower taxes, right?
You having carbon monoxide problems too, mate? Oh, is everybody going through this right now? Oh.
That's me, dude. You
Oh,
know that's my nickname.
I honestly had no idea, bro.
Oh my god, dude! I've been
I
talking.
was
Oh
today.
jeez.
I was today years old when I found out that that's you.
Oh my goodness! I've been talking all that shit about you, and you didn't know it was. I'm just kidding.
Nah, I had no idea. I was like, what are the
don't see.
odds of two people having carbon monoxide issues in their house at the
You-
same time? I
you
just
don't-
started my tin hat started going, bro. I was like, what's going on?
Gloomy always doxes me in chat. He always refers to me as Jacket. He's like, I think he's trying to link the two together so people know it's me.
So I thought it was weird. I was literally changing the battery on a carbon monoxide tester when you guys were saying that. That's why I had to chime in. I was like, oh my goodness.
Make sure that your crisp is on, Jacket. It might cut it out. Maybe if your noise cancellation will probably just cut it completely
It's on.
out.
It's just those
Okay,
things are so powerful, man. You know.
as they should be.
just-
I mean, shit, that's just supposed to wake you up, you know.
Yeah, I'll just stop talking for a bit. It's clearing out. The numbers are going down.
Do you think this is a relief bounce on the alts?
One hell of a relief bounce.
If
I'd
only
say
we
this
knew.
is liquidity sensitive assets reacting to the inflow from M2.
I mean, because the fear is still there. Everybody's like, nobody's trusting this.
Well, we have to wait for it to switch over. And fear and greed is based a lot on Bitcoin. So give it wait till the daily close and we'll see what the new print is.
I think they're waiting for these futures to close, dude. I think for Bitcoin and ETH, I think it was a shakeout for these ETF holders. We've seen all these outflows on BlackRock. Most of that's just
They always sell
these
the
guys that
bottoms,
aren't.
man. That's what I've been trying to
Yeah,
tell
they're
y'all.
not they haven't been in crypto. They were just like either old timers or whatever new, and they just bought ETFs. They saw the price going down. They all just exited. That's why I think ETH and Bitcoin are still kind of just chilling, waiting,
but
not letting them have a chance to buy back in, and then it
crypto
gaps up over the weekend.
they had an amazing gain, right? They bought at 40k. ETFs got released at 40k. They sold 108 or above.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, most of them are. Most of them are
And there are still plenty that are in profit to sell on Bitcoin.
It's where they sell. It's always interesting. It's retail. It's the market bubbles on the retail bubble chart matches BlackRock's inflows and out. They buy heavy at the tops, they sell heavy at the bottom.
You think it's people who bought at 124 that sold recently?
There've been people
It's
that
really
bought at any time. Remember, it's just retail, right? It's just retail on Robinhood or on their broker buying an ETF. They've got full control over when they sell it and when they don't. We're not talking about BlackRock institutional clients that get actual forward guidance from BlackRock, right? There's people that BlackRock call and say, "Hey, Bob, you know it's time to move your assets." Da, da, da. And then there's people who are just buying shit from BlackRock that have no contact, no
private fund management. Right?
yeah, no direction, no anything, right? So those are the ones that you see acting like retail, and it makes you be like, well, why? You know, BlackRock, as much as they know, why do they have retail selling patterns? Because it's retail selling. Right?
So the same way I saw red bubbles on Binance, the ETF behaved the same way, basically.
Yes, basically.
Axe emoji, Neve.
Super chat. Neve, watch out. He's got an axe. Run.
Remember how yesterday you were drawing those 3 different areas? It could come up, then consolidate. It's kind of following that, went up and maybe consolidate in this area. Remember you kind of drew those squiggles yesterday? The good, maybe, and worst case scenario.
Getting real close to CME closed on. We don't have any trap longs. Might get into a situation where CME closes, we range, sweep, come back into the range. Then that's
how much is that 930 sell wall was filled?
Dbloc, I have a bullish argument. CME on the weekly is still above the 50. Like right now, already.
Yep.
Well, it's not in USDT or not yours, right?
It is.
Is it? Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah, the 50 is closer to like
what
101,
we would
right?
like is for that to close above this white line. Me personally, I leave market maker little love letters in the morning. This is what I'm telling them.
It's
just 1%
it's
up.
much higher. On CME, it's higher. It's at 103,500.
Back up, Terry. Back up. Oh, Lord, Terry. Four people in this chat right now. Every time I see your name, bro, it reminds me of that video. Put it in reverse, Terry. Terry, put it in reverse. I would play that shit right now if it wasn't copyright. Pretty sure that entire video is copyright. Neve with the 10 gifties. W Neve in the chat. Yeah, there's a lot of gray names in the chat, bro. We reset the month. W gifts. High def got like 6 high def accounts. You know they're out to get him, bro. He's gotta stay on his P's and Q's. Gotta keep him guessing. Get rid of this range here. I already know.
All right, let's break this resistance. I know we could do it.
Good Joe.
What up, Dbloc?
Same shit. Oh, green.
Yeah, right. Finally.
I wouldn't mention Doge too much before it hits 20 cents. That's when it's gonna need a bit of a kick, help, right? You don't want people longing it before that happens.
It's okay. They can do what they want.
Right, but yeah.
I believe in Doge. Whether even a million of longs come in and then they try to get those, whatever, it's still gonna do what it has to do.
That little winter mute Binance lawsuit FUD from the other day, boy, got cleaned up real quick, but it sure did give them better entries, huh? Kind of
strategic.
Yeah. Convenient how that worked. Very
Oh, you mean the fact that price came back to that low?
Yeah, there was really bad FUD the other day, winter mute. Remember when I kept saying that it feels like a market maker blew up here and we just haven't seen a body sort of rise to the surface yet? Winter Mute came out a couple days ago and said that they took a really bad hit off of that Binance shit and they were going to sue them for failure of their auto deleveraging system, blah, blah, blah. And then that news bubbled up for a couple hours. And then the CEO of Wintermute came out and said, I would never, have never thought of, would never, and will never sue Binance. I don't know where that came from. We have no problem
One of his
with
employees.
Binance.
Yeah, well,
CZ called, bro. That red phone
so
rang
he
on the
can't blame
desk.
his losses on another company, right? For reputation, it would be bad.
Well, that and CZ's daddy got that issue to deal with too.
But also the problem is solved now because they were able to.
I bought a liquid fart coin.
Soto.
You glow.
Oh no.
I mean, besides everyone in the world having their portfolio about 40% down, yeah, problem solved.
Soto said, I bought
No,
an
it's solved
e-liquid
because
fart
they-
coin token on Jupe. That secret phone interface sucks. That sucks, bro. I know what you mean. The contract addresses, they need to do a better job with that shit.
It's not solved on every chart, but it's solved on Bitcoin.
Trying to get solved.
Price made a lower low. It went back to the lowest point of any chart on that day, so it's fair. If they couldn't buy it, now they can.
Damn, and there's no liquidity left at all in that? Just year 500? Somebody probably took year 500 as soon as you put it in there. Somebody took profit on it. Oh, that sucks, bro.
Another NVIDIA fake token?
Just think of it as a tuition.
It's one of those like e-liquid derivatives, right? The derivatives come out and then it gets rugged and then it just exists. There needs to be some sort of cleanup. That would be a good protocol. Something that goes up and cleans up any coins that have less than, $100, $200.
There is something doing that. I
trading.
forget what it was. I saw there's something that's like, it's telling people, it's like, don't throw away your dust, because there's like some company that's doing that. It's like going around and trying to revive dust or something like that. I'm gonna look that up and see what it is.
You can convert dust into mental on Bybit or BNB on Binance.
You could do it
It's
on
useful.
Sol too. You can get your Sol back. For
No,
some
but with this
coin.
company, they're like seeing like once enough people. I don't know exactly how it works, but everyone has a lot of dust. Different random, just 0.00001 amount of some random coins that have no liquidity. And I guess these guys are going around and seeing which ones have the most people that still are holding that would want to get back into it and revive and CTO it. I'm gonna look it up. It's pretty interesting though. It has to do with just basically one company doing that, reviving dust.
I'm talking about on the blockchain level, them having a purge, right?
Oh,
Like if Solana came out and said we're having a purge on so and so
right.
day, if your coin has underneath this much liquidity, or it's sitting illiquid, this shit is sitting there illiquid. Just cut it from the roster. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, do some cleanup, because if not, what's gonna happen in 2 or 3? What's gonna happen in 2 or 3 bull runs from now? When there's
If
30
you got the
million,
guy,
40 million illiquid coins.
if you sued the guy who created that token, could you win in America? Assuming you find him.
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, there's no regulation, right? Rug pulls are legal apparently in this country, so
Yeah, I mean, the only thing could happen would be a civil case, a civil issue. But here in the States, it's like, all right, if you believe this guy that he was gonna give you 2 Bitcoin for 1 Bitcoin, that's your bad. I'll be right back.
The blockchain level would be ideal, of course, but if that doesn't happen, and it won't unless there's a law that kind of forces blockchains to
like
make sure
delistings
there are less work pools in their chains.
it would be like a delisting. There would have to be strict rules for it, right? Because somebody who's sitting in a coin that maybe has like 10,000 in liquidity and they're just 5 people trading back and forth, like they're not, But if the coin is just sitting there with no pool at all, no routes, no way to sell once you buy the coin, but they're still giving you the ability to buy the coin.
Yeah,
It
that's
seems like an
definitely
easy fix, you know?
it's like a scam, yeah.
Yeah.
Reminds me of NVIDIA.
We should get a pop on BTC down here, guys, even temporarily. Coins went up 40, 50%. Even if they retrace 10%, Bitcoin doesn't, you're gonna see that pop on dominance.
I think end of short squeeze already. Yeah, maybe.
Little breather.
Right. How about 2 hours? It's what they did on the way down. We could only go up for 2 hours. If you want a symmetrical revenge, then it would mean up only with only 2 hours of downward. That's probably not gonna happen.
Sideways sad. Usually after CME is sideways. The only thing is we haven't trapped our longs yet.
It's done no CME.
Yeah.
It closed now? It's
Yeah.
11. Yeah.
But we haven't trapped our longs. So what I'm expecting is the range until this liquidity gets tight. And at some point today, tomorrow, we're going to sweep up and clear that. And then come back into the trap. And then these will be our trap longs. It's very seldom do you have a type 3 trap. A type 3 trap is a trap where you have a weekend trap around CME and you've only have one side trapped. Okay, so these are, this deviation ends up being our trap shorts. And as of right now, we have no trap long. Let me see where CME closed on
Above the 50 on the weekly.
we still got 15 minutes or 3 minutes until it stops for good. Where we end up. There's that 15-minute delay after CME closes. Yeah. Come on, I dare you to do it. I dare you to close CME above that macro support that we need. That would be nice. 104.6 is what I'm talking about.
Okay, because it closed above 101, but 101 is 104 for them, 103 675. It closed above the previous low, but failed to bullish engulf yesterday's candle. Very close though.
Yeah, there's always a delay, Neve.
But you need to buy CME package to not have the delay.
I think it's still you still have one 15-minute candle, no? If I'm not mistaken.
No, it's
I used to have
closed,
it. I don't have the data package anymore. I didn't find it very useful.
Me neither, because it's pointless.
Yeah, it's not very useful.
It's okay if I see it 15 minutes later. But no, it says it'll close in 2 minutes, right? But the problem is you're seeing that with a 10-minute delay. So it closed exactly at 11 p.m. For my time. So it closed at it closed 7 minutes ago. But because we have 10-minute delay, it's still moving for us, and we'll see it closed in 2 minutes. But it's already closed right now. And I don't know at what price it closed exactly, because it'll show me in 1 minute now, yeah. But looking at just Bitcoin, 10 minutes ago, we know where it closed.
Yeah, and you said it closed at 104.1 for him. So that would bring us. Yeah, that would bring us slightly above. Important is that we're eating up this 930 Bitcoin on this sell wall. And this sell wall is not just a regular sell wall. This is a pretty concerted effort to stop price here. This wall right here was a nice, chunky, triple level wall. We absorbed all of that shit.
While still remaining negative on today's CVD, right? If you look at CVD indicator, it's still red on Binance and CME. Like whales, limit bot, whatever got sold today, and now yes, since it's been a few hours where we have bullish order flow. Well, it's been more than 2 hours of bullish order flow, but you have negative CVD still. So we're minus 200 Bitcoin. More people market sold than people market bought on Binance today and on CME. Yet price went up, right? The hard part is now, like you said, because that area from 105 to 110, we've seen lots of flashing orders there. It's caked with sells. Some of them canceled and just marketed out yesterday and today. there's probably still a lot.
A slight difference between perps and futures, but nothing big. What's everybody having for lunch today? Dinner, actually. Well, lunch for you West Coast guys. Not yet, Gunta. First lunch, then Lambo.
It's Friday, good day for fish.
Panda Express. Panda Express is always good. Panda Express is always delicious when you're eating it, and then like an hour later, you're like, why do I hate myself? Gotta get some food, Juggo. Unless you want some sort of hardcore fast. Panini sounds good. You on a protest strike, DJ? I'm sure market maker won't let you die, right? Tri-tip sandwich, that sounds good. Steak sandwich sounds OD good right now. I'm overly hungry. Nah, I haven't had anything to eat today either. I usually don't though. Like intermittent fasting, I have a window I eat in. But this time change thing has screwed me up. This is that AI agent, right? Ran hard the other day. today, actually. Damn, I didn't even see that. Well, I hope you took profits on this. Not a whole lot of TA to give here. I mean, you've got your very clear SR flip that you would hope to hold. Right? Higher resistance. And then if we fib, if we fib that move, probably looking at a 786 retracement here. Why is my fib still on 718? But I get to doing some like off the wall nerdy shit, and then I come back to my chart and I can't remember what the hell. Yeah, see, there's more like it. So yeah, 786. And you could wick up. It could be a golden pocket retrace. You wick up, but this thing is aggressively selling off. Holding that 50 on the hourly would be great. Either way, you're targeting this vector gap left behind. Not only a vector gap, but it's going to be a pretty big order block from that rejection. Let me get rid of log. You can make more sense of this pattern. Yeah, at this point, 786, right where your 50 would be coming up at around that range. If this doesn't hold, if you don't clear back up above golden pocket, or if daily open doesn't hold, then I'd be looking to retest this 50 somewhere around the 786. You do have some structured lower time frame that could still hold up, but it's looking weak because you've already punched a hole through it. Is that SR flip right there? So yeah, you could hold there and build, right? You come down, touch, you put in a higher low, that'll be a W that takes you out into that vector gap. But if you lose that support, then I'd be looking for 620 personally. The bit of bullishness you've got building here, though, is this higher low fractal. Right? So it's all going to depend on where that lands. Does it come down or not? Which is all going to depend on this very small 15-second W. If this W plays out, it gives you the right side of your larger W. (15-second) higher low. Your invalidation for the 15-second W would be right at 920. So that's your first sign that things are going wrong. First warning sign, 920. Second warning sign, you take out these lows. Third warning sign is that you can't hold that support. The hourly chart was this one. that's where we're sitting on the 100. No problem, brother. I know everybody is in catch the higher low or catch the dip sort of mentality right now. Yeah, a bit of a stopping volume candle on the 5-minute. Plenty of liquidity to go. Remember we were talking about yesterday when we were looking at the alts, and we were saying that what they share in common is that their target is the psychological range, right? We were looking at the ones that were underneath their 50, below their 50. So if we go down the row now, you see reached out for its psychological advances, or AXL sitting in its psychological. It was just 3 days we were talking about this, 2 days even. BAT's above its psychological. BCH is inside its psychological. Beam still has room to go. Now, I'm not saying they all make it, right? I'm saying that that's the market maker motivation. Hourly. PRV took out its psych ranges. Doge is almost there. Die out of nowhere, bro. It's so bullish. I mean, I still wouldn't hold this shit, but congrats to anybody that was holding dot at least. Yes. He still has a way to go to get those psychologicals. Gala's already there. Guns on the way. H-bar on the way. Hype is back in its psychologicals and chilling. But the point that I'm trying to make is I'm trying to get you guys used to what I mean by market maker motivations, right? Once you're down underneath the 50 and you look at the chart above, you take everything off the chart, screw the liquidation, screw all that shit. Right? And you're down here and you see all of your market maker motivations above the 50, daily open, 200 EMA, psychological ranges. Right? If there's no other force in charge, meaning if whales aren't running the show and market makers in control, they'll head to those levels. Right? Those are their mean reversion targets. Like, look at Jasmine, right? Jasmine took them all out. 50, 200, psychological range, 800. All of the motivations on the hourly for market maker have been hit at this point. So if prices to continue going, it would have to be liquidations that make it run. Right? And the second that the desire to go through these liquidations stops, market makers mean reversions start to trigger. They're not just going to sit there and not make money, right? There's money being made getting back to these levels. Right? Jito still has 3 motivations above. Think of them as magnets. Yeah, guys, don't take this to mean alt season is here. Go slam all your money into alts. Right? This is a good day for people who were in position on 10-10 in spot positions and were underwater. Right? And are now getting a little bit of head above water. Most people were about 15 to 20% down. Crazy price action on that Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, definitely up against the clock, y'all. Up against the clock, and like I was showing y'all yesterday, not only up against the clock, but up against every imaginable metric that we look at to know if the bull market is over or not. Right? We're literally on the 50 EMA. 2 weekly closes underneath the 50 EMA for the most part has triggered bull market, right? I mean bear market, sorry. We are underneath bull market support band. Right? Every time you get underneath there, if you can't get back above, or if you lose the 50, once you lose the bull market support band, it's over. If we look at the Ichimoku cloud that we were looking at yesterday, just yesterday I pulled this up on the 2 week. And I said, every time we come down to that baseline on the Ichimoku, we get a push up or a close underneath it. 2 consecutive weekly closes shows our bull market. Right? As soon as you close under, bear market starts. So we're literally right on, like right up against the wall on time and price. Yeah. So my point yesterday was, this is the point where if it was to recover is the absolute best spot. But it's also the spot that if it goes wrong, we get confirmation of continued downside. So and then look at our RSI. Same shit on RSI. We talked about this yesterday, the RSI on the weekly. Every time we've come down to this level on the RSI on the weekly, if we look at price action above, has been the best time to buy. Right? 25, then we had that retrace down to 40, hit bottom on RSI, then we had that retrace to 74, hit bottom on the RSI. And right now we're waiting for this weekly candle to see how we react to it. So again, either the best time to buy, or we're right about to see that invalidation that we need to know that we need to de-risk completely. So it's like really up against the clock. It's like between a rock and a hard place, right?
That is the best case that that was so revealing when you showed that like a few weeks ago. That to me is like, if you cannot trade this, I'm saying this to myself.
Yeah.
If you can't make a decision here, then there's not a better sign for a pivot. Like it's either gonna bull market's over, or we're gonna continue on.
Yeah. So putting all of that into consideration and then adding on top of it the increase in global liquidity that we were expecting on the 7th. Right? If you add all of that together, you have to be on the side of this could probably hold here. You know what I mean? Like if it's going to hold, it's going to hold here. And the same, if it's going to collapse and this shit is over, it's going to do it here. You know? Now, after we find bottom and push up, remember, then we go into dead cat bounce warning, right? We've got to make sure that we get above some of these levels and hold them, or this whole thing could literally just be the last gasps, right, of an ending cycle. Still not out of hot water.
But that bottoming of the RSI, man, like serious hairy knuckles for me.
Yeah. We're going to know a lot when this next weekly candle closes. When this next weekly candle closes, we'll know if we're on yellow path or green path. When this next weekly candle closes, we'll know if that RSI bounced off the bottom or if it went through it. Right, there's going to be a couple of good more data coming in, clear things up. Not when it was actually over, Slut. Never in my experience have I ever been at the top of a market where this many people said it was the top of the market, ever. And they were right, you know what I mean? That's why people kept coming in here calling me the last bull, like it's supposed to make me feel some sort of way, and it just kept making me spend more money. Yeah, as this weekly candle closes, we'll know for sure if we dodged the bullet or if there's still some more work to be done. Yeah, my name's Dbloc, by the way, Gunther. It's just less letters than speaker.
But if it's the end of the bull market, man, I can't imagine the prices on these alts.
Oh,
like
$8. That's another thing I hear people say. Well, if we go into a bull market, it's not like the alts can go and stop right there. They 1000% can. You could still get a 90% drop on your alts from here. If we were to go into officially like a bear market.
I mean, a Cardano would die then.
That would make the next season very delicious then.
If you manage to leave this with any money to actually pick up the ashes. Yeah. So I say the take profits on this are very important. Because the next bear market, like I said, multi-pronged. We really don't know how deep it's going to be. I'm trying to make sure that my dry powder bag is looking chunky for whatever happens to come.
They're trying to figure out your first name. Darren Dante.
Dbloc was more a play on V, sounding like D.
Hey, what's up, Darnell Block?
Nah, I jumped off the porch early when I was a kid, so like when family would come over and ask where I was, they would just say I was outside on the block. And then it's just, he's on the block, he's on the block, he's on the block. And then I'd come in the house and they'd be like, oh, look, the block came home. The block is indoors. And it just stopped.
Dude, I thought it was because you did time. Like C block, D block.
Nah. That's not a badge of honor. I wouldn't wear that as a... I wouldn't wear that as a feather in my hat.
You know, there's some rappers that do that though. They're proud of their time served.
Well, yeah, they also get paid for it.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was some sort of, narrative that the best TA guys had all been in jail, then maybe.
Yeah, there you go. It's a marketing scheme.
Yeah, whatever works, man. As soon as possible, Chip. As soon as possible. But yeah, at the rate that this is going, I'd say at least mid-November. I know we just go dead after CME, but I really would like for, I guess, the way I'm thinking it is probably the most efficient. If we just literally go sideways here for a couple hours, maybe half a day, and let these guys really start to pile in, and then sweep that, clear that vector, trap longs, and back into the weekend trap. Something like that. Been a very long time since I see a type 3 trap play out all the way to the end without eventually trapping longs or trapping shorts. Having trouble thinking of the last one. Just that Elon tweet, DJ, where he said it's time. Not mind you, he said his time on the 4th. I was saying his time on the 7th. A little better than Elon. Yeah, Drew was talking about it when Elon came on and said he was talking bullish on Twitter again. But I don't know of any like real news, right? That's just like sentiment. I don't know if there's any plans or anything going on. Going on, Darren?
Darren does things. People are so creative with their names, man.
The one dude that's funny is like, my name is Kinsley something because my mom married my step or
Yes.
something. Like, he's got a whole paragraph explaining his name.
I think it's funny they name their names with like a derogatory term in it, and it forces you to have to say it over voice, like slut. But that's my name. You got to say it.
Yo, Tillin, that's crazy that you said that. Yo, my homeboy's wife, every time we're together, she sings that song and puts my name in it. So random. Cool? Is that you? My homeboy's wife, her name is Cool on the birth certificate. The COOL. Yeah. That's what happens when your parents are cool as shit. I hear that, Darren. Well, I mean, she's Puerto Rican, so I guess technically we cousins or something, right?
Good night, slut.
Good night. Take it easy.
Sweet dreams. Did someone ask something about that thing with Doge?
Yeah, DJ
They
was
said you
saying
front
that
ran it.
there was some whale. Hold on, what did he say? Whales just purchased 350 million Doge over the last 24 hours.
Let's go. Why front running them?
Oh, you're just a whale.
No, I bought the other day. I bought a little bit today and a little bit last night, but
What did
I'm
it
about the
What did it
big
do
bag.
today? 20?
Got up to 18. It did like a 14% move, 13% move.
As long as your coin did double digits today, I think you're in a good spot. I cut one of the coins on my list ASAP. That shit went up 0.01% today. I said, wham, out of there. Nah, bro, not doing it. Nobody wants that shit. Like the only one holding on. But it's liquid staking on Solana. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I was trying to look up if there's any more like real solid fundamentals with this Doge Elon scenario saying that it's time. But I guess it's just going back to what he was saying then. And if he's doing a literal Dogecoin on the literal moon, it's not going to be a satellite because it has to be on the moon. So this is like a moon mission, which could be pretty big.
And this 3-eye Atlas shit is getting spooky.
Oh yeah, I know.
So they just said that they detected a drone, or well, they detected an object they hadn't seen that's between 3-eye Atlas and the Earth. And now they're getting to calling it a drone, like it put out a drone or something. This shit is crazy.
And it changed color like to blue. It put out like a blue light.
I looked into it, bro. Like I'm not I'm not a tin hat. It's fun. We sit here and we talk about it. It's fun, whatever. But there's some real weird shit going on with that rock. And I'm still saying it's a rock. But there's some weird shit going on with that rock, yo. I'm just saying. Mark my words.
I mean, I think there's only two options. It's either a psyop, and the government's been known to do that, and they're going to do it, and they're going to say it's an alien invasion, to have some kind of, geopolitical reason to do it. And it's going to be, human-made factor, but people are going to be like, oh my God, it's the aliens. Maybe it's going to unite the world to make that new world order everyone's trying to do right now. So I think there's nothing that will unite the whole world like an alien invasion. So who knows? If I was running things, if I was pulling strings, I was down with the World Economic Forum and had all the guys in the media and everything and all the, I guess the newsmakers. I'm like, guys, put out those stories, those weird little alien stories for a while, for like 2 years. Get people used to the story, break them in a little bit, and then in about 3 years, we're going to hit them with invasion, So I think it's either that and it's going to be an artificial invasion. I don't think it's going to be a real invasion. It's not even going to be invasion. It's probably going to be something just like, I don't know, a big blast.
I don't know. I think that shit's cool though. I mean, my initial reaction to the feds coming out and saying there's aliens and we have shit from other planets, all that report that everybody ignored, that nobody even remembers. As soon as that came out, I was like, there's only one reason to tell us. The only reason to tell us is something's about to happen and they can't hide it anymore. Or they're about to make something happen and they want an excuse for it. Those are the only two reasons.
They introduce it slowly, so it's not so shocking. Is that your
Well,
theory?
you admit it so that later they could just be like, I told you so, instead of being like, why didn't you warn us about aliens? Like, no, like we told y'all. They just dropped it at a time where literally nobody cared, bro. Even now, you bring it up and people are like, "What are you talking about? You sound like a lunatic." Like, no, they literally admitted it. There was congressional
dude,
hearings on this shit.
That's what I'm saying. You watch that video of the orb getting shot by a hellfire and it bounces off and it keeps going.
That's one of the things was
That was
interesting about that 3i
in
Atlas thing.
Congress.
That thing ate a solar flare to the face at close distance and didn't change at all. Didn't burn, didn't, just took it like a champ. They were saying that that makes comets that size disappear. Like it should have dusted that comet. It should have at least knocked off over half of the weight, and there should have been huge.
Oh, really? I didn't know
dust
that.
plumes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're saying there should have been huge dust plumes, from all the, or ice, right? From all the ice inside of it melting from the solar energy and da da da. That shit just went right through it, took it like a champ, and kept moving.
They say this thing got non-gravitational acceleration.
That was recently. That was the last 3 days. Remember, I came on here and I said, "Hey, anybody paying attention to this shit? Did this shit change trajectory?" And then
It went around the sun and flipped.
Zeusy was
it's
like, "Well,
path or something.
everything changes trajectory. Trajectories are constantly changing."
Well, the gravitational pull will change it a little bit, but they're saying that it went more than
That's what
the
I'm saying.
curve of
They make allotments for that type of shit. Like they know what's supposed to happen or what they feel is supposed. At the very least, we're gonna learn something about comets that we didn't know before. You know what I
So
mean?
when a comet goes around the sun, it does heat up, and you get ejection of gas because of the loss of mass, and that's
And
what
a
changes.
tail.
That's what changes its trajectory because of that rocket effect, like in Interstellar, right, where he drops part of the ship into the black hole,
Yeah,
so
but
that
what they're
she can
saying is
escape.
that that didn't happen.
I'm getting to that. What they're saying is that that they're not seeing a tail, which is what they would normally see during that type of process. So they're still not 100% sure if it because it seems to be leaching some sort of nickel or something like that.
blue
And
light.
yeah, and plus it's it's not from our solar system, so we don't know where the hell this thing came from. So even if it's not alien, let's just say it's a comet, doesn't mean it's going to be the type of comet that we're used to seeing in our solar system, our neck of the
No.
woods. It might have other properties that we're not familiar with.
But the sun, this like coming closer to the sun also changes its trajectory because of the gravitational pull from the sun.
Yeah, you get the slingshot effect.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
is what they were saying that was interesting because it was like, if it was some sort of vessel, that is something that you would use. That's something that we use when we travel, right? We use that
Yeah,
slingshot
sure.
effect. So
Yep, we do. Yeah.
I think it's just, I just like thinking about this type of shit. I really don't care what it is at the end of the day. This is 37 million miles away.
Yeah. If someone put a
The
gun to
only
my head
one
and said
that
you have to pick, I think it's just a government psyop, and it's going to be to introduce something that's like super robotic to try to kind of show that the humanoid organic world that we're used to is kind of obsolete, and we're going to step into a more robotic type of era.
As far as assimilation goes, though, man, I don't think it's going to go over too well. Look how many people rebelled against COVID.
Bro, they'll just switch the simulation up and it'll be a Mandela effect in 3 years. Don't worry about it.
it's like that movie. Anybody remember that movie Dark City from like the 1990s?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you should
Who
check
was
that
in
one
it?
out.
Who
Drew,
was
you'd
in
like
it?
that one, man. Kiefer Sutherland was in that, and it was kind of like almost like an early attempt at the concept of the Matrix. Only the Matrix was, after the internet age, so it was a little bit more modern. But in Dark City, in the beginning of the '90s, basically, like you go to sleep and they come in and they just start changing walls and people and moving things around, and then you wake up and it's almost like resetting the simulation. Was kind of like the concept.
Oh, you mean like the Bitcoin chart
That
every
was like the
morning I wake
OG.
up?
That movie was like the OG
What's
Matrix.
that?
I'm just saying I wake up every morning and the Bitcoin chart's been changed and walls have been moved and shits.
In college,
Oh,
we
I
pranked
turned my
this kid.
microphone on.
we pranked this kid for like 4 months. His roommate was a friend of ours, and we would take everything in his room and move it to the right 1 inch every day.
Keep
It's
glue
not
everything to a
enough to
ceiling.
really notice it, you know what I mean? But after like 3 or 4 weeks of it, it's like enough to make you think you're crazy.
You're static. You're losing out on your Doge position.
I know everybody's getting excited,
My
but
food's about to
almost
get here.
every
Give me a
Back
second.
up,
Let me
back
go
up,
check.
back up.
almost
Who's that
every
talking?
I'm trying. Almost every position that I let go of.
Is he low to you guys? Sorry.
No, I
Almost,
think
No,
you
we can
got him
hear him.
low.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
almost
there's
every
some.
po-
You
oh
got
my
you got
god.
a bunch of people low for some reason.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's
That's
nothing
how.
I did. Discord must have did this, man, because I could barely hear him. But the user volume was all the way
Yeah,
down.
just
So what I was trying to say is almost every position that I jettisoned in the beginning of the month is still high. I sold at a higher price point than what these alts are at right now. So yeah, they had a crazy day, but on macro levels, most of them haven't even popped above where the scam wick was on the close, before
Elon gave us,
that day.
I
but
know, man,
Elon
but
gave us the signal at 16.
we gotta take what we can get though in this. I
Yeah,
don't,
no, it's a
you know.
great day. It's a great day, but like I'm just saying on a macro outlook, it doesn't necessarily
Down a lot.
mean that this is the bottom is in or anything like that.
You're not taking this party from me, pal.
That Zcash was it Filecoin? Wait, FileFed and Zcash. Holy shit. That's some crazy gains today.
Today? Zcash gains for every day
Yeah,
for.
Zcash.
Were
Been
you?
ripping.
What'd you say? Oh, Fett did something too?
Yeah, I think Fed was up like 90%.
Nice.
We know where this is going though. When it loses whatever it loses, and they decide to turn the switch on, man, it's gonna dump so hard.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's certainly a little sketchy looking.
Yeah, dude, gravity, man, balance, equilibrium, it will play itself out.
Well, it's funny. Like, I went on crypto bubbles, just curiosity, and I put in top 1,000 coins. They're down 26%, even after today, and this great pump in percentages. They're down 20. They're up an average of 7% today across the board if you average them out. But as an average, they're still down 26% for the month, 33% for the week or something. Or no, I'm sorry, 26 for the week, 33% for the month, and like I don't even know, 10% for the year. I don't remember what it was, but the numbers are not like super positive yet. Do you guys look at total 3 minus USDT divided by Bitcoin? Anybody watch that chart?
I mean, we watch different versions of it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it's minus USDT or not. I don't know what Dbloc does, but I know he brings it up every now and then.
Yeah, they've got the symbol on TradingView now. You can do total ES, and that's total crypto market cap minus stablecoins, like excluding stablecoins.
Nice.
So you can do total ES, and that
Right.
excludes all the stablecoins, not just Tether. You can do total ES, total 2 ES, or total 3 ES.
Right, and the total 3 ES that I'm
And
talking about, you can.
there's also one that's
We
a
don't have an
BTC
altcoin
ratio,
season yet.
so it's total 3 ES versus BTC. Like they have that one too. Anyway, yeah, what you're talking about is basically like you're looking at the altcoins versus Bitcoin without the stable coins included at all.
Well, it's kind of funny. Anybody remember me talking in here last night when my good friend Drew popped on?
Oh, you were talking about you had proof that you called some things and they were on YouTube
No,
and
that was after he popped on, but
oh,
right when he jumped in and politely, friendly interrupted me with the, "Oh, I don't think so. There's a bear in the room." The sentence I was saying was that part of this scam wick that we saw on October 6th or 11th or whatever it was. I was wondering if maybe because they knew like a good solid altcoin season wasn't coming and it was time to gobble up a bunch of stop losses so that they could start redistributing a little bit and make their money this cycle. And that could be what's going on here. We could be seeing some kind of dead cat bounce where they're kind of redistributing all the shit that they gobbled up on that crazy drop that day.
oh, are you saying they're getting rid of coins that they grabbed on that crazy dip?
Yep,
Got it.
it could be. Also appears to be some kind of coordinated marketing going on with a couple of influencers, um, with a couple of these coins, Zcash in particular. That's the problem with the wild, wild west of crypto. It's fucking dirty games left and right.
Potty mouth, potty mouth. You can use a lot of dirty words without any one of them.
But I knew what you meant.
Yes, I trust me, man. I'm a super potty mouth. I have to try so hard to not drop F-bombs on here.
Oh, you guys are on YouTube?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
No, it's all right. Just friendly, goofy reminder, in my own way.
Yep.
When I'm off mic, man, I think I use the F word on every other word.
Do you have kids?
Yes, and they all potty mouths like me.
I was forced to clean up because of the kids. And now that
Well,
they're older and they can swear, I'm kind of reverting back.
I mean, I can't talk this way when I'm at work, so I'm a remote worker, so I have to talk on Teams all day. So I have some practice of keeping it under control. So what my kids do is they're psychopaths like me. They know when to do it and when not to do it. So they don't do it at the house. But when I hear them playing video games with their friends, oh man, they sound just like me. So they know when to shut it off, I guess. So they're bipolar like me, I guess.
Kids will do that same stuff. Like I'll be like in another room and I hear him like playing a video game. I'm like, are you fucking kidding? Oh shit, I did. Damn it.
No,
Potty
I
mouth.
get it. I can hear it. Like I'll walk down the hallway and my boy shuts his door and he's in there and his friends are a bunch of doofuses because he's you know he's he plays video games but he plays like the tactical shooters so they're kind of serious when they do it. And his goofy friends just like totally screw up they plan. They're like, okay, we're gonna go here, we're gonna go here, and then his friends just Leroy Jenkins and everything. So he's always getting pissed off at him because they never follow the plan, and he's always swearing at him. It's hilarious. I wish I could record it someday and just put a clip on Twitter. I mean, not Twitter, but TikTok or something. It's hilarious. I mean, but asking about the kids though, you're right. I should have never talked that way in front of them. It's really hard being an ex-infantry soldier where everybody talked that way for years, and I think if anything comes out of it positively, at the bare minimum, they know when to turn it on and when to turn it off. I think that's the important part. If they didn't have that filter, then I'd be really concerned. But yeah, not the greatest role model, I admit.
Come on, Dominance, just chill.
Hey Joe, we have so many alts that at this point we just look at dominance, right?
You got it. It's been
Yeah,
looking at for a year.
I have the same problem as you right now. I'm like, well, let's just look at Bitcoin and dominance.
Just stay away from 60. Like, come on.
You wouldn't be able to sell even if you wanted to panic sell. It would take a day, right? And that's not mentioning Web3 stuff.
I could probably do it in 15 minutes if I really wanted to.
I got some Web3 stuff going on too. It's staked, so I can't sell it anywhere. Some of it is still staked, yeah.
But what I've been working on today is moving up stop limits, so I don't have to scramble around and do it. If it gets certain points, I'll happy to sell it at those points. But
yeah, I haven't done that.
I'm working on it. It's not that I think that takes longer than selling. You got to make like plans and ideas, put the order through. You want to sell the whole thing, quarter of the thing, third of it, half, the whole thing. It's a lot. A lot goes into it, but
It's harder not to sell when you're in profit.
I bet it takes its time and creeps down here to 102,500. And that's when that 800 will be kind of meeting back up with the 200. 200's climbing up to it. And that 50 and 13 might want to come down and tap off the 800. I'm betting 102.4, 102.5. 102.3 to 102.5 is what my guesstimate's going to be.
Tap off what at what time frame?
Just looking at Dbloc's chart right here. He's down and on the 5-minute, but if you look at it, you can see right where our 50 is kind of curling back down and where that 200 is coming up to the 800. I bet we might want to go down and do a retest. If it wants to hold, here we go.
I was thinking the 200.
I could even see it coming down further than that, down to like the 101, 200. Come down and basically tap off that trend line we had. We basically had that green line, finally poked up and out of it. Always usually wants to come down and do a back test. Clear out any of these last little liquidations. Got a little too excited. 200x in it here.
But I could also see us going even lower.
So I'm thinking 101, 200. Again, if it goes down below Dbloc's invalidation line, just above that 100,500 area, watch out. But we almost want it to come down, cool off a little bit, bring those RSIs back down, liquidate some of these higher end up toppers.
I just think this is a dead cat bounce because everyone's been waiting for the relief bounce.
We got that at 115, and the longer time we spend below, prices, then, in my opinion, the less likely we go back up because of how you are cooling off your RSIs while not pumping, because they're still oversold, on bigger time frames. And if price just goes sideways during the weekend here, you're gonna end up having cooled off your indicator back to the mean because we'll spend 2 days doing nothing during the weekend, right? So then when Monday comes, there'll be potential to dump.
Because alts is extremely weak right now. Like Bitcoin's slightly going up and alts are still going down.
But they went up while Bitcoin was going down, so yeah.
Alts are looking for any excuse to go down at the moment.
Yes, more shorts. I think it's going directly back into Bitcoin. That's why you see Bitcoin up and alts down. Makes sense, right? Because we also our Bitcoin value go up for those who hold alts by 10%, roughly.
I just don't see this strength.
In alts, you mean?
In either.
In neither alts or Bitcoin?
Correct. I think
There
alts are
was
just
one.
a
The
leading
strength was.
indicator.
I think the strength was that we didn't drop further.
Good night, Juicy.
It sounds crazy, but that was the strength. It should have dropped much more today, Bitcoin. It was able to
Ev-
hold that previous low only because, probably because that previous low was too low. But you know, overall, it didn't put a lower low. While we saw markets drop further down, and now it's catching up a bit to the markets by holding its ground around 100K, and they're continuing to dip, and that might continue Monday, Tuesday, and Bitcoin might still hold around 100K while they bottom too, and we'll probably anticipate their pump the same way we anticipated their dump. Now we're anticipating a turn back up, and yeah, we'll see if it's right or wrong next week. It's the weekend, right? Like expecting sideways Bitcoin, which is overall good for alts.
I just think that everyone was looking for an excuse to rally, and they got it. And that's the
What
pump.
was it?
An excuse for a rally, because we've just been going down, down, down.
But the excuse is just someone who started a altcoin narrative. We dumped too much, let's pump a bit. It's like technical narrative more than a news shift, or like I don't think there's been anything bullish today. That's why we saw markets continue to dip, right? They did close green the day in the end, so in the end they did go back up. But yeah, other than we want to survive next year, let's go up a bit so we have a chance of surviving. That's the way I feel on these old alts, because it's like altcoin narrative going on, no? Like you have old stuff that's popping. Squeezing shorts.
I am in short.
Hey.
Soldier just wants to drop.
Nah, not since. Nah, that stopped at 149. The liquidation wick. It went to the lowest low of the 9th. It did a very tiny lower low, a very tiny lower low there on Sol. Very small invalidation. That gave an opportunity. Yeah, and right now it made a higher high. So yeah, it's gonna go down here. But I don't think you're breaking 149 this weekend, honestly. But it could, of course. I don't know. We'll see. But you'll just get another high low here, most likely on alts, unless unless they're really weak, like you say, and it's just a short squeeze that's already stopped because Bitcoin stalled at resistance. But I don't. Solana didn't even move up that much, right? It just managed to make a higher high there, just enough above 163.7 to give a short entry. Yeah. But that's like a very small scalp compared to the month it took it to come all the way down to its liquidation wick. So I think the bigger reversal setup is stronger. Well, it's wider in time, right? You had to wait much more to get the opportunity to buy it at 147 than the time you had to wait to be able to sell it at a higher high after. Well, you see what I mean? Like this just took like 24 hours while the double bottom to come off. Doesn't mean we're not just gonna come all the way down to 150 and put equal low, but I don't think you're breaking that previous low this weekend. But yeah, so of course a bit of a 3-4% scalp down is juicy too.
Is it out season? Because my portfolio's looking magically delicious right now.
Whoa. Well, it's at least a mini alt season that's lasting 24 hours.
I got 30 to 80% gains right now. This is crazy on almost everything.
This is it. This is all you get.
Is your reaction to immediately jump and sell, or is it to...
Nah. I'm waiting for peak euphoria, and if that doesn't happen, then lesson learned.
Well, we know we won't learn that lesson because there's nothing to be learned there, really. It's just random, right? Sometimes it's a good idea to jump and sell, sometimes it's not.
No, yeah, the lesson would be is don't ever bet again on peak euphoria in the crypto market. That would be the lesson learned.
What does that QT lesson Dbloc mentioned, right? But now that QT is gonna end, maybe the lessons we've learned are gonna end up wrong. Well, not wrong, but the lesson was not too long alts during QT, but now QT is ending, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, we're playing a different game. I DCA. I don't go in and out of trades like that.
You sleep well at night?
Like a baby, bro. When I did try leverage, I never slept. And that only lasted like 2 or 3 months. And I'm like, yeah, this is not the way. I'd rather keep my money. Thank you.
You can be relaxed on leverage too, but yeah, sometimes it's not. It's a bit. Yeah, it's not always the case.
Yeah, if you eat a bunch of gummy bears, maybe.
You don't over leverage. You can go to sleep without any issues normally, but
Anyone know if Dbloc has fully loaded up on alts? Or is he still like 50-50?
he probably did because the whole plan was to get in for that 7/8. Well, this weekend basically was supposed to be the low, no, on some indicators. Is he here? No. Yeah,
Should be eating.
Probably added to some positions they already had.
He's probably at it right now.
Things went down a lot, so whatever you took out on these alts, it was like I didn't even wait for the dip to get back in. Yeah, hedging short while holding some longs, I think it's probably not a bad plan, but gotta choose your chart correctly, because these short squeezes are, I don't think they're done on some of these charts. Like when you see the funding rate negative like that, you're like, nah, I'll pass on shorting. Have fun. Others, it's not the case, right? Like SWI is not negative, for example, but it's also quite higher than its previous high. So I don't have a short entry setup other than price pump too much, let's short it. Maybe if it develops now a downtrend, let's have some weakness in the chart, like let's come back down, I don't know, for 2, 3, 4, 5%, and then go back up again and put a double top at 2.2, and yeah, then maybe why not? You could say Bart Simpson maybe on like 5 minutes 3, but yeah, possibly. That's a bit harder to trade, right? Well, for me, it's harder to trade. Depends on your strategy. But no, I don't really see weakness in these alts, honestly. What do you see weakness? Even Sol, it made a high. The weakness is on Bitcoin, maybe, because it didn't make a high. ETH didn't either, did it? A very tiny one there, no? No, ETH didn't, yeah. It also dumped less, so it climbed on the pair a bit. Yeah, probably a good idea to hedge against the possibilities, like Dbloc says, but keep the most likely. And after a 25% drop, yeah, at least a dead cat bounce is kind of due. It could be later, even in December. Could be from much lower, yeah, but it could also just be from here because we made a lower low below 100k, and it looks like there's still buying interest. And we even saw, legacy continued to go down while Bitcoin showed strength there by not completely collapsing. Like there hasn't been a huge panic sell that accelerated into a house of cards breaking support. Like none of that happened. Probably because it's Friday. Yeah, maybe it's got to do with timing. Also because bears are a bit exhausted. Like people who wanted to panic and sell did so. And breaking our 100k for good would probably have brought other players to also become aggressively sellers, but long-term traders aren't that worried yet because they're waiting for confirmation of the beginning of a bear market. And for now, you have a retrace of a pump from 75 to 127, and it's still about trying to catch that low of that retrace and kind of still expecting a fifth leg up. Yeah. Maybe that 127 was already a fifth leg up, but it was so small that I'm kind of discarding that idea. Because we did make, it went to 106 before going to 127. Right? So you had a bit a downtrend there to 107. That was a sign of, sellers are there. And yeah, we made a high and then we dropped. So yeah, maybe there's something there. Yeah. But it's barely a new all-time high. Right? So yeah, it's about catching, still buying the dip mentality. So you're right, though. Some alts are probably weaker than others, and also there's probably some nice shorts to take.
I'm in a short now, so where we bounce will tell me what's happening.
What did you short?
Sol.
I don't know. Good luck. Why did you short it?
I
You
saw it
gotta
topping
have
out.
seen something.
I saw Bitcoin and Sol topping out. I saw Sol weakness. He couldn't um keep up with Bitcoin on the up move, and then every chance it got to move down, it did, even when Bitcoin was moving up. Just saw that weakness.
Oh, okay. You're like 5 minute or even lower, right?
Yeah, 5 minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, let's make it bigger then, so it's weakness that
Oh,
can be seen on like bigger time frame.
but that's where it starts, though. It starts in the smaller time
Yeah,
frames.
yeah, and it's a high, right? Like, so it gave you a short entry at 163.887, yeah. And we spiked up less than $1 higher. You did close the hourly pretty high.
My personal opinion is we haven't put in the low yet.
Yeah, it makes sense if people are selling their soul right now to buy these risky Solana layer 2s.
No, I meant the bottom, like the bottom. I think we still go lower. I think we go under 109, 108.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. But when? Like, not
96.
this weekend. Not this weekend, right? Maybe, but
It'd be nice this weekend just to get out of the way, but
yeah, yeah, maybe I'm getting fooled by crypto bullishness right now, but it seems less likely, Take out the lows we did during the week, during the weekend. Yeah, if people go ham long, why not?
it's a long weekend
Oh,
in the
really?
US. Yes, that's the perfect
Yeah,
time to do it.
the 11th is also, but yeah, on the 10th I work, but not the 11th. Yeah. All right, that's cool. More time to pump before we dump. Cool. I see it that way, honestly.
We retested the 200 in 1 minute on Bitcoin and rejected, which is good for me.
Yeah. Damn, you're gonna make me worry if I look at the small time frames. Screw that. Let's stay on the hourly. Up, there you go. Screw it. Wait, my Sunday pump could more happen on a Monday if Monday is the stock market open on Monday? See, or is it just half a holiday? Because I'm thinking, you know, the profit from alts will probably go into Bitcoin at the end of the weekend, and that's how we could gap up. Because, you know, it's Friday, let's risk it on alts. And then, yeah, TP to go back to BTC. But even that is short time, right? It's short time frame. But if you want to trap people into alts again for good, while being able to yourself exit, this has to be lasting, right? Like it's not just a spike up. It has to sustain a bit so they can offload what has been bought on the 9th by forgot the name of that market maker company that wanted to sue you know, by those guys. Because they're sitting on like 10x profits on across every chart, right? If they sell, they would immediately crush price down, right? So they're not gonna do that. They'll just slowly do it over time, without ever selling too much as to not lose the FOMO. Or they don't care and they'll actually lost a lot of money and they don't care anymore. They want to sue each another.
Do you consider this rally a short squeeze? Because I don't.
Yes.
I,
On
it
some
wasn't
of the alts, definitely. Like, there's no doubt. I don't have any
on
doubt.
on Bitcoin. I don't on Bitcoin. I don't think.
No, not at all. Bitcoin got bought again here. We never really saw negative funding rates on BTC. This whole down move since 116, we saw them from time to time, but overall people bought every dip, and they got wrecked. But they kept buying because they have money. Bulls overall, they don't. You know, we're still like high up here. You can even sell some Bitcoin to get, well, you know, leverage some Bitcoin. Like, it has a lot of value still, you know.
That's
That's
another
what
reason.
because people who had Bitcoin on their collateral survived the 10th of 1010, right? They still have buying power, while those who were in alts don't mostly are gone. They've had like a month to maybe move money from the bank and rebuild something, but probably we've lost more than 2/3 of people now.
That's another reason I'm not buying it. Is that Bitcoin didn't get the short squeeze?
That's a reason to buy. No, it might get it.
It'll get it eventually.
Because people bought it, right? But you still have shorts from above. It's just that more people bought it at lows than people are still short from above. Also, shorts TP'd on Bitcoin, right? While on these alts, many people thought they would just continue to slowly go down over time, which is probably true on the bigger time frames, right? Like we're gonna get a spike up of maybe that lasts 1 month or two, probably not even 1 month, but probably a 1 or 2 months up spike on them on alts. I think it's the bet for the Christmas rally. It's like it's gonna be a bit the narrative. You will start hearing about it soon. Christmas isn't that far away. You'll hear people talk about it's Christmas rally and all. That is attempted to start it. Like the weakness you see on the Solana 5-minute, you could also look at it as a strength on a 4-hour others chart, right? Like it did something on a Friday and maybe it's a sign to buy the next dip. I think people are gonna jump on the next dip. Now we'll see. Yeah, we kind of need that to see the reaction. Yeah. Maybe they won't at all.
I had a limit order at the bottom, missed by 0.5 cent.
Bitcoin?
Jupiter.
Okay. I have a limit too. 96 on leverage and 94 on spot, if I remember right. Something like that. I completely forgot about them. It's been months. They're still there. And then when I realized, I was like, oh, well, let's just do nothing. Just
I think your 96 has a good chance of hitting, but
yeah, I don't want it to hit. No thanks. No, I'm fine. I have enough Bitcoin already. There's no need. I'm exposed enough. There's really no need. But
what leverage is it?
15x on Bitcoin.
15? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything crazy here. Well, 15x is a.
That can be crazy to some people.
Yeah, well, it is actually in volatile times. You might not survive. If you're gonna go 20% stop loss on that, it's gonna give you like, because it's volatile times. You would try to go a bit bigger than 1% stop loss. Yeah, it's not a lot of room. It's just $1,000, right? So you gotta be right, plus or minus $1,000. Well, minus $1,000. 1.5, yeah. And the other one is just on spot, yeah. But the same stuff. Gets filled, it gets filled, but it'll be not good.
But it's spot, so it doesn't matter as much. Well, you just wait 4 years and you'll be right again. I mean, you'll miss out on opportunities, but as long as you don't need the
I don't
money.
like putting orders without seeing price at levels, right? Because sometimes we just go straight through like there's nothing there. And it could be the case for 92 golden pocket or 94 for 1 fib. Like, sometimes these levels are just not strong enough, right? Then price just goes straight through and you wake up and it's already at 85, for example, and you bought 94 while you were sleeping. It's like, better to have the plan, not forget about it, and trade the reaction at the level.
I thought the next support after 96 was 90.
There's some levels there, but they're from previous price action, right? It's not on the way up that we left SRs. it's before, but we spent a lot of time between 90 and 100 before dropping to 75, right? So there's a lot of stuff there. It's simple, no, just a simple golden pocket. Bitcoin pump from 75 to 127. It's correcting that up move. Maybe it's the beginning of a bear market. Maybe not. I don't know. But we'll know. Well, we'll know soon. With weekly MA, 50 SMA metrics. A lot of people are going to join being bearish if those metrics line up too. For now, it's not the case. CME closed above the 50. So we're not even, there's not even a chance it closes below on CME, at least. I don't think anybody watches CME to know if the weekly closed below or above, but wait, actually, CME reopens before the weekly closes, right? Yeah. So I'm saying, yeah. So even if we gap up at CME open, we could still close the weekly on CME below the 50. Yeah, never mind. Forget. I'm saying bullshit. Yeah. CME reopens on Sunday before the weekly closes. Huh? I think. I'm not sure. I forgot. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like 2 hours before. So what did Bitcoin do? It corrected 50%, right? 98K is the 50% level of a pump from 75 to 127. Like we went 2 steps up, 1 step down. We didn't hit 98 precisely, but yeah, it's kind of close enough. Yeah. Well, now that we're back above 101, it's roughly a 50% pullback. Oh, you pulled back half of what you moved up?
Still don't buy it. Not that bottom.
Yeah, well, 12% probability, but it's enough to bet on it, because if it's really a bottom, which it really has probably little percentage of being, but if it's really a bottom, it's a high risk to reward trader.
Yeah.
Because you're
But you
shooting
can...
for all-time highs. Like the TP, honestly, now maybe this time I don't feel as bullish as usually, and I'll probably TP before, but it in normal, like if there wasn't a 4-year cycle, when you buy a dip, you're shooting for all-time highs in an uptrend. So there's not even a TP before we reach 127. And then you scale out when you see a double top or I don't know, some weakness on similar time frame to the one that gave you an entry. So now I need a double top on a month in between the tops to be worried. Buy the dip mentality, right? It works as long as we continue higher.
Yep. And if that was the bottom, then I'll just buy the lower high confirmation.
Yeah.
And I think
It'll
if we
put a
get
higher high.
when we get that, that'll give the short squeeze. That'll go.
Because people will really short thinking it's a lower high. But where do you see it happen? Like 108, 105? Maybe even just here, no? Could go to like 108 or...
I was thinking 101.
How's that a lower high? It's a higher low. 101.
Sorry, I meant a lower high. My bad.
No, a lower high.
It's a
Okay, I
higher,
understand. I
higher low.
understand you, but all right, never mind. I understand. Yeah. Higher low, you mean?
I'll get there eventually. Yes, that's what I meant.
But we just did that. Today was a high low. And we want again a higher low. But yeah, makes sense. Ascending triangle maybe will eventually work. These bullish patterns have failed a lot lately. We'll see. But it's not ascending a lot on Bitcoin, right? Like it was almost an equal low we did today. Like we came very close to putting a lower low. So it's going to be hard to draw an ascending triangle, but a very slowly ascending triangle then maybe. Damn, if that's the case, it means it would take us like more than a week to break out 105. Just enough to trigger some macro bearish indicators while building an ascending triangle. Oh, that could be a nice trap, right? Let's have 2 weekly closes below the 50. But it has to stay in an ascending triangle fashion, right? You can't violate that, otherwise it's not a... That could be fun. Put a bullish pattern while lighting for your cycle indicators. Let's even have the blood diamond on the weekly.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, and then hope for a miracle where someone just shoots it to all-time highs. I'll sell this time if I see a blood diamond on the weekly. The last time I saw it, oh boy, we went down a lot. It was at 48k. Yeah.
I still
But it
don't
can't
think.
light. It can't yet. It can't light yet. It needs an up move before lighting.
Yeah, of course it does. It has to take all that liquidity above us. They're not going to
Yeah.
just leave it up there. Everyone in profits. Market maker's not that nice.
There's always something left, though, right? There's always something left at the tops and something left at the bottoms.
Yeah, but you don't leave 90% of it. You leave like 10.
I don't think 90% of shorts are still open here.
I mean, 90% of current open ones from up above.
Hmm.
Market maker is Scrooge McDuck, and they will bleed every stone and for their blood as much as they can.
Or they also pumped everything up. It's price, it breathes up and down. One of them might have gone bankrupt on the 10th, right? Like that, they lose money too. I don't think they have everything under control. It's a risky business too. No?
No tears here for them if they did.
So the daily is in, and I don't know, any thoughts on the daily?
Isn't that a continuation down?
But yesterday we had we couldn't pump before the daily close to the level, right? Putting like a more of a bearish candlestick pattern, which ended up in a green candle anyway, even though markets went down and like that didn't make that much sense actually when you think about it. And now today's candle failed also to go up higher than yesterday's candle. So it's definitely still looking bearish enough that people would short it. Overall, we've turned a local low at 103 600 into resistance. The low from 17th of October. I guess it makes sense. But I don't know, I don't short after a down move. Even if it goes another 20% down. The good short was 115. Like that was time to do it. Like since that top at 116, on bigger time frames, we really didn't have enough of an up move to, I think, to really longer time frame short entry. Yeah.
Ay, 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 ay. It's the weekend. New raffle. HHV. What is this? Any close was that at 102?
Come on down, tap off that 2 hundo.
How's the 3-minute 200?
Yo, what's the deal? Anybody on? I got a question. I guess maybe I could ask the YouTube chat. You guys ready? Oh, I see somebody's here.
Yep.
Are you ready for the question?
Shoot it. What do you got?
Okay. If a person is born deaf, what language do they think in?
I don't think there is a correlated language with it. That's why that's the toughest thing with body motions and other things, but I don't think there's an attached Spanish or French or English or Portuguese. It's acoustics. They don't have a reference with, so I would more say it more of a body language based off of culture.
Body language.
How about this? What do deaf people read? So wonder what their
Well, whatever
interpretation of
that.
English when they're reading, but most people that are deaf
Yeah, I
can
was about
actually
to say whatever language they learn to read in, that's probably the language they think in. Otherwise, they probably don't have too much internal dialogue until they've studied some sort of language.
If they're fully deaf,
they
they
can
really
learn how
don't
to read
have
something.
an audible
Fully
reference.
deaf.
It's a different.
Never been able to hear.
It's probably like they probably don't think words to themselves in their head. They probably just have feelings. Like until they learn to read, they probably just have like feelings and emotions, and like they're aware of them and they know how they feel, and sort of how they feel about something, but they're
Imagine a
not
blind
like
person.
there's no like
Imagine
voice.
somebody that was born blind. Imagine how they interpret the world around them. They can smell it, taste it, touch it, hear it, but I guarantee if they were to see their vision, it wouldn't even come close to what they're imagining. So it's kind of the same thing with audio, just much different spectrum.
Yeah, but I get what he's saying though. It's kind of weird thinking about like, oh, if like what would your entire how would you have internal dialogue if you've never heard somebody else speak before?
I mean, it's going to be the first person that you see, like, whether it's your mother, father, whoever, like, or whoever's teaching you how to communicate. Because even though, there's sign language, and with sign language, there's a lot of mimicking of oral mimicking.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever's doing that oral mimicking, whatever language that is, that's going to be the closest language that person is thinking,
Yeah,
because
imagine like a deaf
there is
Chinese
oral.
kid or Indian
Yeah,
kid
but
compared to like a deaf
because you
Spanish
can
kid. Or,
probably imagine, once you see like this, when you see someone's mouth when they say mom, they can maybe start imagining, I don't know, like what it would sound like to them. But I guess, that's a crazy question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're still able to feel like vibrations in their head. I mean, Beethoven was deaf and he wrote all those symphonies, so you could still friggin'
That's true.
hear
Yeah, the
stuff.
vibrations. If somebody speaks next to your ear, you can you'd be able to feel the fluctuation of vibration.
he wasn't fully deaf though. There's a big difference.
Yeah, but like he would put his ear down to the piano and would,
Feel the
as he was
reverberation of
writing
it. Yeah,
stuff and as he
of
was
course.
playing to feel the vibration. So like obviously, so what I'm saying is someone that was fully deaf and born deaf, I'm sure they still have some sort of sensory perception for like that type of vibration that causes the sound that you hear when somebody speaks. Like you could probably still make out the feeling, like the sensation, the feeling of the vibration when somebody makes a word, be able to recognize it.
Like a deaf person at a bass concert, they love it. I've seen like deaf people at like a bass, like a DJ type thing, and they're just sitting there loving the feeling of all of like the bass nailing their body. They can't hear anything, but they're just like loving the feeling of the sound.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be kind of cool, honestly. I knew a deaf guy one time, and he like, but for some reason he really liked to sing karaoke. So, but it just
it was so like I don't know, unpleasant, I guess. Mic off and letting him sing the song with the microphone and letting him think it was up. Like he turned his mic down. But I mean, the guy didn't know. The guy never knew the difference because he was deaf.
Emad, what made you think of this question? What made you ask this one?
Who knows? We've been having a lot of stoner thoughts in here lately. We've been like having some weird price action. No, that is thinking outside the box though. It's like I feel like you expand your consciousness whenever you try to put yourself in the position of experiencing something that you don't understand. Like something that you wouldn't understand at all. And like imagining what it would be like to experience that is like I feel like that's consciousness expanding.
Yes, sir.
Because it's like thought provoking. Then you get all you start to think about these questions to yourself in your own head, and you start to question like, well, what would it be like? And like, how would I know the difference? You know, like you have to kind of imagine what it would be like. And I think imagination, I think that's something that we lose pretty early in life for the most part. Adults don't really use their imagination unless you're like an engineer or something, or like a theoretical physicist or whatever. Like for the most part there's not too many professions. I mean, I guess if you're like a like if you have something to do with like advertising or like trying to promote like some sort of talent or something, like people are still creative. But I feel like for the most part adults don't really use their imagination very much. Like that's something more so that kids do, or adolescents or whatever. I feel like by the time we're sort of teenagers and young adults, we start to lose it. By the time we're of adult age, then we almost completely never use it anymore. But it's good. It's like a good psychological muscle to exercise, though, because once if you get back in the groove of it, you're kind of like, oh, this is fun, and just like thinking outside the box and like really abstract thinking stuff where like you start asking yourself questions and like about your own perception of reality and what somebody else's might be like, you know, all this sort of abstract stuff. I just really feel like it's
Again, Emad,
anything
right?
that's like heady type of conversation.
Emad, you still there?
My bad. I had a phone call. I'll be right back.
All right, no worries. Just curious where he derived that question from. What are you thinking? If he ran into a deaf person today or something.
One time I tried to ask out a girl, like this girl that was cold approach, like, in a store, and I went to go ask her out, and she was like deaf. And
Oh,
I
she
was
played
like,
the
oh,
fake
like
I'm deaf thing. Yep. I'm kidding.
no, I mean, well, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, is that like a cop out? I'm like, but then I realized that I had seen her like earlier doing something that made me think, oh yeah, like she was deaf. But anyway, she
There
ended
was
up
a
being
girl in
deaf, but
college that would
I
always
didn't
get
really know
hammered.
how to.
She would always fake that she was deaf when she got at the bar. She'd be hammered, and when some guy would start talking to her that she didn't know, she'd just pretend she's deaf. We used to make fun of it all the time.
That's pretty funny.
But she'd only do it when
Yeah,
she had
because
like 6 or 8 drinks in her, and then she would like feel okay to do it. It was weird.
yeah, well, anyway, I didn't really know how to respond or like move forward, and like I don't know sign language and shit, so I couldn't really explain what I was trying to say, but then I realized when it was too late, I was like, oh, I could have just whipped out my phone and probably just wrote something down in like the notes section and then had her read it. Like, and then she could have typed a response to me. But I realized that too late, so I kind of just like it kind of ended up just being awkward and like we both just kind of walked away. But I should have done that, like looking back on it afterwards. I don't know. There was really no point or moral to that story. I just figured I'd mention it because it's a story and we were talking about deaf people. There's really no point to share it other than to just share it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I hope it was helpful to somebody.
I'm gonna stick it in my back pocket for later.
And you gonna save it for a rainy day? Or whip it out when the time is right?
I saw this topic in a Facebook reel of Emad asking this, and some of the comments were from deaf people, and they, like a couple people said, well, I just think in basically English. But they probably don't know what their tone of voice would sound like.
Yeah, but like he means like before they like if you're born deaf, like eventually you learn a language, you start kind of thinking in that language. You wouldn't really know what the voice sounds like, but you would know what the words mean. Like, so I don't really know like what the sound of your internal dialogue would be like, but if like before you learn how to read, like what the hell is in your head? Like what are the thoughts in your head? You know, like how do you kind of think to yourself? I mean, because even when you're young, if you, as long as you're old enough to speak, you can still have like sort of coherent thoughts like that are in
All right, I'm
a
back.
certain language, like English. If you grow up and you learn how to speak English, you can't read yet, but you can speak, so you'd realistically be like, you know, stands to reason that you'd be thinking in English.
But
But people
exactly,
that are
reading
born,
and writing are two different things. They're two different subjects.
yeah, but like but we're talking about like what are you thinking? What are your thoughts like? So like
It's
before
probably really
someone,
isolating.
it's what?
If you couldn't think in like in words, then yeah, it would probably. But maybe they learn how to read before like we do as hearing people. Maybe they're like maybe they learn on a different.
Well, you think it'd be harder to learn how to read if you don't know how a word sounds.
But they learn Braille and sign language like as children. Or maybe they think in emojis and they're just thinking the way a sign would, like, if how would I sign this? And they just think really fast hand signals, you know, just like a bunch of emojis.
Yeah, but like what about before they learn how to read and before they know how to sign, like before they're even old enough to know how to sign?
Now you see where I'm going.
Emad, did you see this on
like what else would it be?
Did you see this on Facebook?
Yeah, I did.
I was gonna say, where did you derive? Where did this come from?
Did you read the comments? I'm sure
No.
there's some deaf people that answered the question.
I just wanted to make a talking point. I thought it was very. I thought it would be interesting to hear what you guys would say.
You're on a phone call. Probably wouldn't even listen to what we're mumbling.
Yes, I was.
All right, dude.
One of my friends, he tried to get me to do Thanksgiving at his house and come over there and cook all his food for him. I guess it was a fair proposition. You buy all the food, I go over there and cook it. But nah, I don't think I'll cook it right here. told him bring whatever you want over here, and I'll cook it. I ain't going over there to do it. He doesn't have any family. It's just him. But anyway, as far as that question, I thought that maybe they. Well, see, that was the thing you said before they learned sign language. So that's the. It still goes back to that. They didn't know sign language. What were they thinking? Because after they learn that, and they can see, but they can't hear. They can think in the hand signals, I guess. I don't know.
A lot of times those hand signals don't even have a direct correlation with the word I have associated with it. It's kind of weird when I'm watching their interpretation of something. Of like when somebody's speaking, there's always the person in the bottom corner giving like the hand signals of it. It doesn't even look anything like what's being said.
But if you didn't know what that is, and you're thinking in your mind, and you don't know what that is yet, and you're 5 years old, whatever, and you're thinking in your mind, and you can't hear, and you don't know sign language.
You ever heard a deaf person get mad? You ever heard a deaf person get pissed off and start yelling at stuff? And what the tones
Yeah.
and the noises that
I
come out
have,
of that?
yes.
Yeah, it's a whole different. That would be their interpretation. I don't know what to say. I've heard them start screaming and yelling. Completely deaf person.
Well, so
Yep.
But it wasn't a normal word
vibrations,
scream
right?
yell stuff. It was like completely different.
Joe, have you ever
Vibrations.
seen Deaf President Now?
No, what is that?
It's a documentary about the deaf university. It's called, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's Gallaudet University.
Yeah,
And-
Gallaudet.
Yeah, Gallaudet.
Yeah, it's right down the street from me.
The whole documentary about it was that they elected this woman that wasn't deaf as the president person of the school, and the deaf people, I think it's really awesome that there's a university for deaf people, because it's not like they're, they just have a disability. So there's a whole college that is.
I went to there was a group that threw a rave there, and it was with like the bartenders were all the deaf students, and that was actually really cool. They had one of those you could like sign up and like break a car apart with a hammer, and it was very therapeutic. But I was gonna say like vibrations are so like we think of vibrations as sound. They're also a feeling, but also light is a vibration. So like if you're now I'm not, I don't know what it's like to be deaf. I don't know what it's like to be blind. But if you are stripped of certain senses, and you can like, I still think there's like intuitive connection to different vibratory frequencies, right? So like, I would imagine certain sounds, certain light or colors, right? Evoke different emotions or evoke different feelings. So there's probably still like some thought or communication process beyond just before you learn language, I would imagine. And I think body language is one of those, like but I don't know exactly how it works beyond that. But
I mean, ultimately, what's going on is that those sound waves are vibrating hairs inside of our ears, and those vibrations are transmitting signals to cells that can interpret it, and then our brain transponds and kind of interprets all of those little pulses that are coming from our ears. It's a tricky one.
yeah, but you can also like you can sense when someone's angry, right? You can sense when
Yeah,
somebody like so like, and some of that's like auditory, some of that's visual, but it may be there may be like some of that's feel too, right? Like you can kind of like I feel like I can see it when somebody's pissed, it's like I can see like the air around them, like it's like static, you know what I mean?
Static here.
Oh, I fully understand. After I had brain surgery, it's weird. I can tell when people are pissed when they're not even showing it. It's weird.
There's that one movie called It's All Gone Pete Tong. Do you guys remember that? It was a 2004 movie, and he was a techno DJ, and he went deaf. He goes deaf, and that's his like passion is being a DJ.
Oh, Pete Tong. Yeah.
Yeah. At the cover of the movie, I remember it's him holding a disco ball.
It was a good movie. I don't know. I never seen it. I remember.
Yeah, and then like a woman helps him feel the music by putting his hands to the bass.
Oh yeah, to the bass.
We got a couple
God, I
deaf
remember
riders
thinking-
that are up here, and these skier guys that are there's two of them that are deaf. These guys like rip it. They've done it their whole lives. They don't like talk very much, but when they get out on that hill, man, they don't need to hear anything. They let it rip.
Yeah, but there's a difference between you've gone deaf and you've never ever been able to hear anything. You've been deaf, born deaf. So at
Yeah,
that
one's
point,
completely deaf. The other one's like half deaf.
the question is, what when you're thinking inside of your mind, what language are you thinking in? Not can I see somebody and know that they're mad?
Might go back to all the human primary language. I mean, what are you thinking? What do you think in your head? It's like I wonder what that really is. It's kind of a
You're thinking in
probably
your
a cool
head,
way
but
to
what
see
are
the
you
world.
thinking? You have to think in a language. You can't just think. Are you thinking in your head?
What about every animal out there? Every animal's thinking. Doesn't speak in a direct language that
That's
you can
true.
associate
Animals,
with. But look at a dolphin. Look at a whale.
but I'm not asking about
Also,
it.
people forget that that geometry is another communicable language as well, right? Like shapes. While you may not be able to communicate the same thing with shapes, there
You
is
still have to be able to think in your mind, circle. You have to know that you're thinking circle, square. You know what
well, you
the
might
turn.
you might not have a word for it in your mind if you don't have
Exactly.
like auditory language, but you
That's what I
still
mean.
know it's a circle. Yeah.
So to them, it's probably just, and it's
But they have a lot of pictorial references, a lot of picture
like
type
that.
reference things for it.
Well, and also like if you think about cymatics, right? Cymatics is the study of like the shapes of sound. They're the shapes that sounds make, right? In terms of waves. So there's like wave dynamics too, and like some of that you see in trading, right? Like there's some things that even though you may not understand exactly how the wave works, like if you see it depicted in an oscillator, like it evokes certain thoughts in your brain before you fully understand what that thing is doing. Right. So these are all just different representations of vibrations over time, right?
Or dialect in general. A lot of people use the word right while they're speaking as a form of dialect, like punctuation, I mean, or transition. You're like speaking, and then at the end of the sentence, you say right, and then you keep going. And for me, I use the word like a lot. It's probably because where I'm from. But it's also a form of suspension of speech, like a speech impediment.
Yeah, now that you really brought this up, it made me think, which one is going to have a tougher time interpreting the world around them? Somebody that's deaf or somebody that's blind? Somebody that's blind can't see everything, but they can hear everybody's full description of everything. The other way around, they see everything, but they give their own description of it. It's a tough one. I never really thought about this.
I'd rather be deaf than blind because you can still feel sounds, but you can't.
Yeah, and you can see
You
where you're
can't
going.
hear colors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just still see the world around you, not like walk out in front of cars and stuff. You don't need to walk with a stick, but you can hear stuff coming. It's a whole different. I never looked at it this way. It's a large spectrum.
What if you couldn't taste your food?
I lost 40% of my smell and taste after my brain surgery, but it's like I'm half deaf, but with my taste. I miss really good food, but again, when I'm eating crummy food, it doesn't even matter. I'm like, it's all right. I don't even notice. So it's.
I had COVID twice, and the second time around, I lost my taste. And then it became all about texture. So
Like how much of your taste do you think you actually lost?
I couldn't taste things that were spicy to me normally, like hot Cheetos. I could just eat them like they were nothing. And normally I get, my eyes start crying.
I'm wondering if it has to do with some of our sensories in our nose. Because if you plug your nose and you eat something, you can't taste what you're doing. So it's a weird combination of both of those. So I wonder if COVID affected
Taste
your
what you're doing.
sinus. You know what I'm trying to say? You guys ever notice that? If you ever plug your nose and try and eat something fruity or whatever, you can't taste it at all. It's weird. So I think
Well,
the
it does
COVID
make
part was
sense.
more
We're talking about
associated with the nasal cavity than
something that attaches, like, if you talk about the way that like COVID attaches to like, I think it's to your lungs, right? It's like it's got these little spines and it like attaches itself to the cells. So like yeah, if it's blocking up or plugging up part of your respiratory system, which part of that is your nose, right? And that would be plugging up your smell, your sense of smell, and potentially preventing you from tasting fully what you're eating. I don't know that that's the case. That's just like the thought.
I'm reading about it.
So when I gas it, it doesn't stink anymore. I'm losing 40% of my smell. I don't miss that at all.
They think in images, emotions are sensory impressions.
We all kind of do it that way as well, though.
They don't have a word for it. They don't have a language. They're language deprived.
So they think like emotions around memories, basically, or experiences or imagination.
I wonder if Elon's gonna be able to throw a chip in there and be able to input some sound signal to it.
So if I look at Joe and I see Joe, I don't know that he's Joe. He's just that face of that person. And I don't even know how to say what a person is. It's just that, whatever I saw.
Well, if you saw a J, O, and the E written, that's what you would interpret my name to be in your own tone, your own sense of word, whatever you want.
I don't have any names for
But
anything.
you'd be able to associate the J, O, and the E to my face. It's weird.
There's no name for anything. It's only
He's
what the
recognizing
image,
you by visual pattern at that point.
the image that